I have something going on here. It's blank.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. I didn't actually export the cube object, but I want to try to, I guess, two things. Trying to make the grid system to actually spawn objects in the world. And then, well, I guess that's it really.
So, I sort of still haven't gotten a clear, concise answer to my question that I asked you in DMs, or maybe I have, but I have not understood it concisely. So,
yeah, maybe that's.
Are the objects ever going to interact with each other, one on top of the other?
Oh, I'll probably keep everything programmatically, not running any in-game, in-engine stuff.
But I'm speaking like in the 3D environment.
I do not understand what the question is, so.
Do they need to be... So we can have a box, next to it, we can have box behind it, in front of it, and on the other side of it. But can there be a box on top of it?
Yes, there's going to be a three-dimensional grid.
Well, are you gonna start making that 3D? Or do you want to maybe start with the two-dimensional grid first?
Well, it seems reasonable to do these three-dimensional grids. If it's going
You're
to
not
be...
wrong.
Yeah.
It's just going to be much more complicated.
Is it really much more complicated?
The interactions you need to kind of
What
add.
kind of interactions?
I don't know, that's your game. I'm just imagining that they're gonna have thing like falling down or something.
No.
Okay,
No, I'm going to keep everything easy, simple.
So you can push blocks
No.
in 3-dimensionals. You can, okay. So it's just gonna be 3-dimensional grid where you spawn blocks.
Yes, it's going to spawn blocks at the start of level, and blocks are going to be fixed in place.
So essentially something like Minecraft, but...
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to change...
world, I believe that's the word.
Yeah, you're not going to change anything.
Okay, well then, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's keeping very simple here. That's the idea.
There is then question of... are you going to put any randomness into the world generation, or is it just going to be things that you have yourself done already? Okay.
Everything is predetermined. Again, keeping it simple.
Fair enough, yeah.
I mean, it's fine questions, but
through...
it is interesting that you still have these ideas that makes it much more complicated. Now, fair questions.
I want to get a clear picture.
Yeah.
And I mean, what is simple to one might not seem simple to others and whatnot.
So it's just at level start, it should just spawn all the cubes. It's not really the most efficient method because, I mean, if two cubes are next to each other, it doesn't really need to render the sides against each other.
That would get complicated, but that would be also doable.
So technically...
Maybe at a later stage.
Yeah, there will be a later stage. So technically it would...
So...
You could...
In Unity you can make meshes. And you can tell them what form they should take. So you could quite... Well, relatively easily, it's just gonna be a lot of fiddling to get it working nicely. To just make the mesh that is just the outside of the cubes.
I mean, you have like one plane, and it's just
Plane.
adds the plane.
Oh no, but I'm like talking about.
But that's for later.
If the cubes
First off,
have more complicated forms.
no, I mean, first I'll just spawn the cubes as is. There will be unnecessary
but
sides. That's for now.
But I'm. Yes, that's good. Yeah.
Yes, not.
What I'm saying is that there is a possibility for you to just essentially tell that, hey, I want a mesh that has points here, that are the cube's corners, and then to connect those in such a manner that it becomes a single mesh instead of just like separate planes or...
Anyway.
None of this is relevant, yes. Sorry, I go on these tangents, I guess.
So...
But, yeah, you need a three-dimensional array. It's got, I feel. Three-dimensional array of... I guess you probably want to make it three-dimensional array of a class of your own type, because then you can modify it later on if it's just gonna be a boolean or if it's just gonna get its own texture or something.
As of now, I'm just thinking a boolean. Now,
I would still suggest having a own class for it.
It does make sense to have it its own class. I should probably... Oh, where... This is... I'm only 93% QD. That means I'm even 7% QD. So... It's the starting points that is the tricky point for me. Because I should have something that like manages like everything. That maybe, I don't know. Like,
yes, you do need a script that reads through this array and then decides where and which block is to be placed. You are correct.
Should I have like a
but that
mono behavior script?
Yeah.
That will like manage the start. This is the part I'm still trying to figure out.
Let's say it's a level manager.
Yeah.
Then, I guess, as you have told, receive the data of the level and then build it out of blocks, and then remove the blocks after the level is done.
Yep. So let's create a level manager. That will take care of that. Just bring up this on and make sure it doesn't open strange things. No, it's all good.
Strange things.
Strange things.
I did have some strange things open in one of our development streams for like split second or so, because apparently my folder structure, well, the default folder homepage shows what pictures I have had open recently.
What kind of strange pictures did you accidentally show?
Well, that is for nobody to know.
Oh.
They did show cute people.
Showed Pompon in her underwear.
That is not one of them, I must say.
Showed Pompon in her bodysuit, but with the underwear exposed. Screenshot from the stream. I was thinking...
Silly pun.
Yeah, I'm silly. So I was thinking it would probably be more efficient instead of just having an array which says where everything should go. It's instead a list, an array, a one-dimensional array, a list of these custom data type that is states the position of the block.
So
how did I create
the reason why it's better to have a three-dimensional array is that the location in the array defines where the block... Oh yeah, yes, you are correct actually. So, because we are gonna have a lot of air in there.
It's going to be a lot of empty space depending on which level it is.
Then the question is, well,
so
there is sort
just
of
a simple list.
That.
Let's start with creating a custom class or custom data type. How was that again?
Fun. So the thing about a custom or like class-based objects is that when you create a list for them, it doesn't actually create a data space for them. So it is optimized. You are correct, it is optimization, but it is lesser optimization than what you might think. But let's go with your method nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't really follow that explanation.
So,
it's probably something I'm not aware
the moment you... So when you create an array of your like class objects, you create a position where it tells that like, okay, in this address in RAM, we have the data for this object.
Yeah.
It's empty because that object does not exist. When you later on create that object with the keyword in this environment as new something something, then you create the actual object. And then it needs all the extra RAM to be committed to that object. But the original array only has the position.
Anyway, I do not know what you're trying to say, but let's create a custom.
A space in array does not take the amount of RAM that a object of that class takes. I guess that's the short story.
I have created custom data types before. I just need to get more practiced into.
You have a cheat sheet up there that tells you how to do it.
Each Samu. Because I did create one for.
You have done a couple of them. Or are you speaking about enumerators or structs?
I have no idea.
Or are you just going to make a class?
Yeah, I did create one for. Yes, the public class. Whatever. Level block. There we go. Perfect.
Sounds good.
Is it? When I created this one for the bots, I used public variables. It's a new. They were like public int x. Or it's private, and then you have a function you get the XYZ out of.
Do you want to use ints or do you want to use vector-free?
Also, it could be just be a three-dimensional position, but it's supposed to be a grid, and the grid is. What is? You talked about the Unity grid component.
Yeah, and you can also use vector-free ints.
Is there
Although you can
data type for that?
It is. I would not be offering it if
I
it
would
were
say
not.
in 3 all the way. No, that's right.
You're not far from the
is it,
truth with that
is it just
int3.
It's called int3 is a data type?
It's vector free int.
Oh, I found it's saying int 3 here, but I guess it's vector 3 int.
So what you were doing there is a approach you could have done.
No, it's
It just you cannot declare the size of an array when you're making the variable declaration. You'll need to give that variable the free long int array later on, or right after you have declared the variable. So here it would be on the right side of the position, but if you're doing this, then that just works. How much of this flies over your head?
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
I'll try to tone it down if all of it flies over your head. That's kind of why I'm asking. I guess.
I'm also tired because it's warm.
Damn. Yeah, hot noi.
You like hot pon. I don't know if you like create like at creation.
So there is a thing called constructor, which demands that when a new object of that variable is being produced, or object is being produced, it needs to receive certain information.
Yeah.
I'll need to check how you do it, because I don't use it that often. It is a useful tool, which I should know how to do from just basics, but I don't, because I haven't done it enough. Constructor C#. So you do public, then the name of your variable or class. Yes, the name of your class. And after that, it's just normal method, essentially.
And then you can do like, oops. But one of them needs to be called this, but I don't know which one it is. Does it tell me?
I sent you a DM about it if you need.
Yeah, okay, this is not this. Okay, there we go. Yes. Which I have here. But it's tiny on screen, I guess. You can see which one I'm referencing.
Fair enough. I would maybe change the input variable's name a bit, but it seems sketchy.
Seems sketchy.
I guess as long as it works, but let me put it this way. I feel like that's inviting trouble. Maybe it isn't, but it feels like it is.
I will change its name. Or as someone say, don't abbreviate. Because it's going to compile it anyways, it doesn't matter. Well, it's C#. Doesn't really work the same as...
I mean, it's Unity's builder, so
Yeah, because apparently
definitely doesn't work the same way, but
yeah, you can apparently decompile it and get the variable names back, which seems very inefficient.
that is true.
Seems like variables
help
should not be
modders a lot.
referenced to strings, but what do I know?
Does help modders a lot, though.
Well, yeah,
That's kind of a weird reason to do so.
but it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like it would run efficiently.
I guess in argument, it then leaves us with some optimization reasoning behind the scenes, I guess.
Yeah, it would be logical.
It would
that
be
they
nice if it did it automatically, yeah.
Yeah, not saying that you Unreal Engine is much better. That is probably even worse.
I don't know anything about that subject in this manner.
Seems to be a lot of redundancy or like repetition as far as my modding have gone.
Fair enough.
Every variable name is not just once, it's twice for some reason. There's probably a reason for that. Seems very redundant.
In what sort of context, if I may ask?
Referencing a file, which you do with file pass, which again seems inefficient because these are just plain strings.
Hopefully it does something to that, but
as far as I've gone through editing the files, it's just a literal string.
sheesh. I don't know. Can it be done differently?
And it's the file pass ending with the file name, and then you do period and then the file name again for some reason. Meaning that if you have long folder names and long file names, there's a lot of bytes being wasted. And the file name takes twice as much memory as the folder name because the file name is repeated. And this is just plain well, at least as modding as it's been plain text, because I've then changed this. This is how I edited Crash 4 to allow even more outfits by just editing the files. And
Now I'm just going to...
oh, there's a lot of songs here without. For some reason, I don't know. I managed to pick these songs. I could disable it for now.
Oh.
And then I can concentrate on programming. But that's Unreal
I totally
Engine
forgot
anyway.
to do all my streamer things before the stream, it seems.
Streamer things have a... Do that. I mean, we can also...
Such little things as category and name of the stream or the stream title. Nothing big.
Nothing big. Strange that it doesn't put the people who are live at the top of the people you could invite to the shared chat. How would you actually invite people who are live? That seems crazy. Head patch, love. Yeah, I'm going to be a bit slow today because of the heat. Because this room is not ventilated. Right, change the window size on this.
I mean,
because this is a literal closet.
Yeah, and to be honest, learning new things is gonna be slow anyway, so...
Oh yeah. So I've created the item here, I guess. Let's define it, I guess. Seems like a reasonable idea. For now, just create a test. How do I create an array or a list? An array with a level.
So one difference between an array and a list, at least in this environment, is array needs to be array size needs to be declared when it's created, and list can readjust its size.
Well, since the level is not going to change, it's just going to read from it once. It doesn't have to change, but every level would have its own length.
Yes, but we can then, when we load the level from the probably scriptable object, we can then check that, okay, the level box needs to be this sized because there are that many blocks. So we just tell the array that, hey, you now contain this array that is this long.
Yeah.
And then we build the array there.
Makes sense. Lurking Batwolf.
Hello, Pat. Thanks for the system check. And hello, Lonkero. Thanks for the streaking.
I'm just... I'm just guessing. There is not an attribute class. Well, sorry. I need a name of it. This level. Test level. How would I define... the values?
So Ponpon,
well, yes.
Listen up for a moment. So, when you are making a new variable of a new class object, you need to have the tag new before it.
Oh, yeah.
So after the equals mark, there's new, and then you need to declare what class you are making an object of. So in this case, the level block.
But obviously it's the one
in most cases it is obvious, but you can have things like var variable that can just hold bloody anything. And in that case, you actually do need to declare...
Yeah, but that makes sense. But whatever.
It's a thing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using the var data type, I mean, that's different.
I don't really like using it because it feels too wild, to be honest.
Yeah, that's not wrong.
I think there would be places where I would just gain from using it, but I don't like it myself.
Oh, well, so this doesn't work. It's just complaints. I was thinking, trying to look at what I've written here.
The thing there is that... Oh, actually. The thing there is that you are not creating a new vector. Actually. You can use the vector free int 0, I believe.
No, but I need to. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, that was very
Let's start with that. This with this approach, you are unlikely to actually be making any mobs in the first place. So let's get it working on the low level and then build it up to the larger level.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but okay.
It needs some work, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm just trying to create.
Yes,
The
and
position.
that's good. Yes. But you're making... Actually, yeah, you're making one position.
I'm trying to define the first block. I'm just trying to find a way to define that position, okay?
Okay, Pon, we are approaching this very wrong. Yeah. At this point, remove everything besides the... Let's look at the brackets, and just let's put 50 there. Let's go with 50 at the beginning.
Okay.
We're making the array, not a object that goes into the array.
Oh, so you mean I should specify
So-
the number of
Array.
positions? But how can
Yeah,
Okay.
now we just declare how many slots are in the array, because this is the array we're speaking about and not the objects that go into it.
Do I? Okay, but can I just define the values immediately?
You can, but I would do it a bit differently through a method or for
Which-
each type of thing.
Just going to be created. No, you should be able to create.
If you're creating some,
As far as I can read,
I mean, I guess you
This
could
is-
make.
if it's type a number here, this is creating an array that has one item in it.
Yes, it's essentially a
But
variable.
if you will change the data type, no, it's complaint because I renamed it. This should be how you can declare, but I guess it doesn't work in Unity. According to Microsoft,
No.
am I doing
Point.
something wrong here?
There's a slight difference between class objects and general variables. I don't know if that's not the actual name, but
Okay.
general variables being like ints, strings, bools,
Okay,
etc.
wait. No, yeah, this doesn't work. It doesn't allow this. I copied this straight from Microsoft, so I mean. It doesn't like defining the values immediately.
You should be able to do it. I know that you should be able to do it like that, or something like that. I don't know the specific.
Many of the examples have used
And Unity
collection expression,
should
which is
allow
square
it.
brackets inches arrays. Collection expression was first introduced in C# 12, which is shipped with .NET 8. If you can't upgrade to C# 12 yet, okay, so I guess Unity is not using C# 12.
You're using wrong brackets, I think, maybe.
Well, it is valid in C# 12, but okay. When was C# 12 released? At the end of 2023. Which C# version does Unity 6.3 use? C# 9. It's kind of behind. When was C# 9 released? $2020, at the end of 2020. It's 5.5 years old. But yeah, I can define it by instead using these. This is accepted. Yes, I read about the version difference there. So Unity is using .NET 5. But you're allowed to use brackets, the square brackets in .NET 8.
Mm-hmm.
But Unity's... when was Unity 6? When was Unity 6 released? It was released
this year.
At the end of 2025.
Wow.
So it's using a 5-year-old version of C# with the release of it. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, but
I guess it's because it would be too messy to upgrade.
Yeah, do you really want to run constantly after someone else's work while you're doing your own thing at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And it's
I don't know
pretty troublesome for the developers to constantly change all of their code or many of their codes, because
I mean, that kind of comes with upgrading the engine version anyway, so... Well, in that case...
Scripts from... So, like, most of the scripts do work from behind the times.
I mean, all the scripts should logically work, but newer scripts...
There's some differences that make them not work, but it's like minor changes with the Unity API.
I still want to define the values.
I wrote in the chat how you can do it technically, but that's only for ints and normal variables. So
I mean, yeah, you can write it that way too.
Hello, Wolf.
I mean, I could instead of taking a vector 3 like this, I could just define the int x, int y, instead.
Yeah, but then you'd still need to do a shitton of separate int to put in.
X, Y, Z.
Which is...
And then just pop. Wait. Oh yeah, isn't it like level block? Boom.
We still have the same problem that you're speaking about the array and not the level variables themselves. So we need to declare in the level blocks the array itself, not the thing it contains.
Oh, there we go.
Zero.
Well, I'm not going to have it.
I am not sure what that entails, to be honest.
It defines the position as 000.
No, but like, I'm wondering, does that just mean that it creates an array of 1?
Yeah.
That then has the position 000?
That's what I've understood it to mean.
Okay. That's not really how you usually want to use arrays, but okay.
Why not?
You're essentially using it as a simple variable instead of an array, which kind of takes the whole point of using an array. But
I'm going to define more. I just wanted to.
I guesstimated so.
Yeah.
So I would have just given it you're a array and you're of this size, and then later on use the method or in
this
the
is
start
not how I'm
function.
going to define all the levels anyway. This is just a text anyway.
Fair enough. I suppose I would have tested it differently, but
I don't care, but as long as I get the values into it, that's all that matters for now.
Yeah, you're correct. Carry on.
So now to actually define all the positions, I'll make it a circle. There we go, done. This will hopefully work. Anyway.
So now you will have a list of surrounding data, but you will not have anything in the world.
No, I need to make that too.
You can make it in the constructor. At least I believe that should be doable.
So when it comes to...
So when the level block is being created, you could instantiate a block there. I'm not 100% certain.
Whatever this grid component is.
I wonder if it works in 3 dimensions.
I mean,
yeah, you should be able to make it work in 3 dimensions.
The grid component does have a 3D, so...
Oh, neat.
In fact, it's by default 3D. I'm not sure like how you have a 2D grid. Not that I see it's absolutely necessary to use a grid reference. It makes sense if you're doing like isometric and stuff. But even then, you can just use not isometric and just use an isometric camera view instead. I guess it does make sense if you want like gaps between, and that in that case it makes sense to use it. Considering it's just position of the blocks is just literally the position in the 3D space. There's no conversion being done. I guess, yeah, if you... It does make sense. Yeah, it does make sense if you don't follow the... Yeah. But considering the block I have created is 1 unit wide, I could just not use the grid component and just place them based on... There's a literal... It's literally 1-to-1.
And if you do not have any logic in between them or anything, then it's, yeah.
So, how did I create an object again? I only done that one time.
The keyword is instantiate.
Let's me first figure this out. Instantiate. Ooh.
Also, I believe you have done it a couple times.
I've only done it.
You did it with the balls, at least.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah. Could open up that
I don't
project.
disagree.
Well, I don't have the cube object. Maybe I should start there. So let's create a folder for... I'm going to have a folder dedicated for the cubes because it's just going to be 1 cube. I want to drag and drop it in. Oh, it does work. I just have to wait a while.
You can technically use the grid component to make these sort of small cubes.
There it is.
That you can still use as a grid.
It doesn't have
It
texture.
just looks very different.
And then drop the test cube texture. Boom, there we go. There it is. Oh yeah. This is that. Because there's nothing more. Oh yeah, the rotation shouldn't matter, but Let's reset everything to 0. Got one material, which is its appearance. And then this is the cube prefab asset. Tiffany, got a lemon. How to you, Wolf, by the way? And Jannertto got a pear. Did I really my fruit for myself? Yep, I did. I don't even remember what I got. Also, Stego Leaf, sorry for not saying hello to you. So busy with programming. Busy. So I have this cube now. So if I want to instantiate, I need to be able to... Kotfe. Hello, I just rage quitted my code and here to have other others have rage. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hello, what are you trying to make? Like, what level of programming skill level are you at?
Hi, Godfrey.
Because I'm still very new to Unity. I'm still trying to learn stuff on my own. Well, I'm still asking for help at times. But if I'm going to instantiate this cube, I need to reference the cube. I wish I could just
You do be needing that, yes.
I wish I could just copy paste it and just paste it.
There's a
Thank you, Blashy.
there's a usually used approach in Unity of making a variable a serialized field,
Well, yeah.
which means you can input things into it in the Unity editor.
Should I? I mean, this is a blank scene anyway. But I want my own scene.
It's that Blender thing again. We start Blender, delete everything, and then we put in the block
Yeah,
that
what
we
did you
just
think I
deleted.
did when I created this cube? Do you think I kept the original cube? No, I created my own cube. No, I actually kept the original cube actually.
Heretic.
I know. I really should delete this cube and redo it. Hello, Kochi. Thank you for shaming me. I guess that's my punishment for actually using the default cube in Blender for once.
Hello, cute Pnui.
Kochi, you're officially a cute Benui.
You
Actually,
both are.
but do create just a scene. This is... Okay, I will give it the beautiful name of default scene. No, I will actually call it the scene. I don't think I will need any more scenes than a single one anyway.
There is something to be gained from having the main menu as a separate scene. And maybe the options as a separate scene. You can load them on top of each other, so
Well, in
it's
that
not gonna be
case,
an issue in that sense.
yeah, if I can just load, not delete, like keep one scene in memory while going another scene. So I don't...
It's actually how you generally do a like scene loading from one scene to another. You would load up the in-between scenes, be it hallway or something,
Yeah, that
and then you
makes
would
sense.
unload the original one and load the new one.
Well, in that case, I will actually rename it to level scene to be more informative. So this is my blank scene. Here I wanted to create the level. What will create the level then? There needs to be some kind of thing that runs. Sad quote. Hello, Kochi. Thank you for sharing me. And also, quote, yeah, Kochi prefers being a cute little innocent, weak femboy bunny who is going to be taken care of by a big, muscular, manly man who is going to be Kochi's savior and protector. That is one of Kochi's fetishes. His hands with that for some reason. This is a true. What the hell? Yeah. That last part there just came out of nowhere. I don't even remember saying that part. That's a silly one. But okay, I have this scene, but I want like there needs to be. So I guess a thing that some games do is like they have like this main object that you're not supposed to see, which handles everything. So basically an empty, which is main, but has the and why did it add it to a random position, which holds like the main script.
Yes, I do often use this, and I often make that script a singleton.
What's difference between?
It is a programming standard of sorts, where the point is that there's only ever going to be one singleton. It's going to have a static variable reference to itself, which means that any script anywhere in the project can simply call upon it by saying the variable type dot instance, and then it can get access to that single.
Those make sense. But I have no idea what half of that means.
So if you can come to my stream for a moment, or if that is too inconvenient, I can throw some pictures at you.
I can open your stream.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, I see your stream now.
So
I can hear myself too. There.
Here's the public class grid asset, and here's the public static grid asset manager instance.
Let's make it big so I can see
This
better.
is,
Yes.
yeah. So that part is kind of an important part for this. And then we have this startup. This would be in the start normally, but I have some shenanigans going on. Where if instance is null, so if this is null, we put this into that instance. And if this isn't the instance, then we destroy this.
Sounds reasonable.
And then other codes can just do that was the wrong key. So if we now want to then refer to this, all we need to do is and that should refer to it. So new object. I don't specifically know what it complains about, but we could take a transform dot position out of it. Still don't really understand what it's complaining about. It should not be relevant, this though.
Yeah, makes sense.
Singleton essentially means that there will single instance of that object. Typically it's a factory. It produces other objects and is also often thus called from multiple places of the application rather than just from a single place or module. In essence, whoever acquires the singleton services and first time effectively causes the singleton to be created. Funny brain is processing.
I haven't dealt with it. It would make sense to then have a script that is for the main object.
Hello, yellow.
Hello, Papa Persona. Alright, I guess. I mean, I don't think I need a completely separate script for the level manager. Like, actually, I'm not going to, because it's not going to be a very complicated game anyway. But it does make sense.
I mean, you can
have a separate main script.
You can add the level manager into this script.
What kind of script? It's just mono behavior scripts. Everything.
It's gonna be very unruly, I feel. Bit possibly frustrating to work with, but yeah.
I mean, that's fine. Like, so it would make sense to add like a main script then. I guess.
I sort of feel like this.
I don't know. This is where I'm not really fully grasping what an efficient way of doing this is.
I usually make some sort of a gameplay manager essentially, which usually handles things like when you load up a new scene, it would probably ask the wave manager to start counting down until it begins the next wave, and
yeah, wouldn't that be like the main object, that the core object?
I would say so, yeah.
And the main one will handle like which level it's supposed to be, which state the game is in.
It could have the list of scriptable objects that define the levels. Yeah.
Extra potential singletons could be, example, a memory allocator class. Everybody with a software may need to use it, and it would be pretty silly to have to pass one down to every class for either constructor. Nor would it make sense to have two memory allocator classes overall within the app. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I do not fully understand still.
The
This is
core
new to
thing
me.
is that, the core thing is that there's only one of them, and they are such a class that too many people need to talk, too many parts of the software need to talk to them to always make it a separate handout essentially.
It seems to makes sense.
I would almost say that you should probably continue working on the level manager now. Maybe.
But I wanted it to spawn a thing.
You aren't... Well, I don't think you're gonna be doing that in the main manager.
No, I'm getting there. I'm still exploring. I'm still exploring this.
You have
Jannertto
done an
always
object that...
in a hurry.
I am sadly the sort that would assist, but I do also understand your willingness and wish to learn and kind of fool about, so I'm kind of here between two walls, essentially.
I could
I
try
guess.
to what you did. Like if this is the main script, this is the public static, whatever a static is, which is the instance.
So static means that it is always kind of... I don't 100% know what it exactly is,
I don't think it's super important now anyway.
I suppose. The important part is that it is accessible through the class name itself, instead of the class object.
You should fool about and learn by mistakes is the best way. Learn by mistakes, learn
best
from mistakes.
way, but it certainly is the most effective to me.
Well,
I would
it's
sort
the
of
most
hope to
effective.
be...
It sounds like the best way. Anyway.
So why I disagree with that notion is that if I had the capacity to read more and concentrate on reading more, I might well learn much better through simply reading the API, reading what others have done, reading deepadabadoo. I can't. It's ineffective for me. So this is the best way accessible for me. But it might still not be the most efficient way. I do be the same, Wolf. And I sometimes hate the fact that I am so, but alas, I am what I am.
But when you're referring to the game object, is that a thing? It just exists? I guess that's just a thing.
What is the question?
Game object.
Game object is a reference of the monobehavior.
Yeah.
Which, as you see, your script is a child class of. So it inherits the game object thing from the monobehavior.
Let's see.
So it can reference the in-world game object.
Yeah.
That it should have.
I don't really design too much stuff before, and I just jump right into developing something and I'll redesign even core parts of an application when I realize something could be redone more efficiently. I try to plan out stuff beforehand. But since I do not know too much about this, I can't plan too much beforehand. But this is why I want to see how much of this I can actually make and make runnable. Other this, and then in between hobby project, I read what others have done. For example, at the moment I'm reading a beautiful C++. Oh.
I cannot concentrate on reading, so
There must be.
That's very much a blessing you have, Wolf.
It's a moving story. I got shaved again. I feel like people are
Guess you have a
shaving
bad
me to...
fur day today, huh?
Yeah, I think people are using the shave to... in a form of protest.
Yeah, I feel like they're missing something.
Yes, well, I mean, in that case, they would use that one instead. I mean, how would that change anything? Oh, bodysuit.
I am wondering why the changes happened, but I don't know. Okay.
So now it has this thing. So if it were to, it has the class. If it should probably in that case have a function that creates the level based on an array.
Yep.
How to create a function?
Well, it comes inside the class.
Wait. Been a while since I did some C-sharping. I gotta sharp up my skills here. Oh yeah, I can do like... Wait, should it be... like... I guess it could be like private static void. I don't know.
Why would it be static?
I don't know. I don't know programming.
So the static would mean that it is now referable from anywhere in the project.
Yeah, I guess that also makes sense then.
I'm sort of wondering.
There's a lot of things to wonder about.
Fair enough. What are the things you could actually do with static method? I haven't dwelled into that question a lot, so that might be something to research a bit.
There we go. Before it gets the level array. And then it should be like some kind of function, a fancy function that's called something like because it gets arrays. Isn't it like for each?
But I don't think that's, or is that the case when we're speaking about something that already has an access variable though? Or whatever those are actually called.
And then instantiate, however this function works. And is a object, game object, some kind of transform, which would be the block position, however I access that. Is there anything else? Instantiate in world space. Doesn't need rotation, it's just going to be default rotation. Oh, it's can I take? Can't take a transform. Can I take a position? Can't take a position, but also takes a rotation at the same time. Okay, so I guess I need a quaternion 0, but I guess there is no such thing. Something like this, but obviously this code is not going to work. That again, I want more meaning since C++ it also makes things local to a certain file. inaccessible from outside the file. Wait, that sounds confusing. But I can also make a function within a class callable without having to actually create an instance of a class. In other words, it doesn't interact with the class in any way. Ah.
Well, at least class object, I believe.
So I need to be able to... This function needs to be able to refer to the cube object, the prefab. How will I be able to even know what the prefab is?
I mean, you have done it a couple times already.
Yeah, but this script is kind of like isolated.
Do you want like tools that you need in this process? I can just kind of tell you names and you can figure out how to put them in the right place, essentially.
I know you mentioned serialized field, but that only works, in my experience, if you actually have the object in as a prefab or like a scene or something.
And why could you not have it in this script?
So I should have a object that holds this script. Can should the main object hold both scripts?
It can. It's possibly easier to manage them if they're separate, but then your script has kind of no reason being a mono behavior, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, so that was a failed section. There we go. There's no longer mono behavior. No, because then I can't do instantiate. Unless there's another way of doing that.
I mean, you could ask from the main script, but
that is true.
Unnecessarily complicated, in my opinion. But if you want to do that,
the main script could. It could tell the main script, hey, instantiate this object. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Because it only needs...
Would it be...
Because it could be a custom function that this level script just says runs a function that is create an object at a position and only provides position. The main script handles the rest.
You're not wrong, but is it unnecessarily complicated for this?
No, it seems rather reasonably simple. Reasonably simple.
I guess I just feel like keeping this as a mono behavior would be just simpler, but you do you.
I do me.
You do you.
Boom. And then I can have, because it's, I don't know, it just makes sense to me.
See where it leads you.
Let's see. Oh, and one important aspect of static in C# is that it's automatically shared between all instances of an object. Neat.
So every single variable of that type can see that static variable as it is everywhere, essentially. Or as it is written somewhere where it is.
Serialized fields. Here's a reference. What is protected?
Oh yeah, you...
Call it block. I could call it cube as well. Being consistent. I'm being consistent and I do not like that. Boom. Now it's called cube instead. Okay, so this one is not going to run. Instead, it's going to run at the main scripts function. Instantiate block, which is a vector3 int position. And all it does is take the position there. And it takes the cube, which is the game object there. And now everything is done here. I think this should work. I mean, this seems to be more easier.
And then you
IRQ.
could make some piece of the script that when it is destroyed, it would then remove or like reduce the counter by 1.
I got lost now. What? Counting?
I'm speaking with Wolf. With Wolf.
A simple example would be to declare a static int counter 0 into the class, then the class constructor to increase that counter. This is a way to keep track of how many instances of an object have been created. Yeah. And decrease it when it's destroyed, yes. Boom. Nod. So, here, I will then run the main scripts. How do I run the main scripts function then?
Well, you did make the
instance
main script a singleton, correct?
I don't know how you officially
yes, you
make.
did. Well, it's the instance, and then it's the static main script instance that makes it essentially a singleton, as long as it's then made correct. Go to your instantiation, for each. So you need to put their main script written with a capitalized first letter, exactly as it is as the class name is.
There. Main script instance. Boom. Now it reads it. Now we just need to get the actual position. See, it does no, it does just select everything that is the same, right? So if I just type main script instance position, I don't know, which isn't the same, but I'm going to type it anyway. Now it doesn't select that, but it does select it here. What's the error? Yeah, okay. Level cube position is inaccessible due to its protection level. Oh, I see. I need to like...
It is private.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have it private.
Either that or make a getter.
Yeah. Is it probably do like public? No. Const. Does that work? Cannot be declared. Const. Okay. Interesting. Well, there we go. I wonder if this works. Do you think this works? It doesn't work because it never calls generate level, but okay, but if I want to, well, this is a private because when you generate a new level, it needs to delete the old level and then create a new level. So when it creates an object, I do want the object probably should be part of something that I can then tell it to every single part of this thing should be with it.
So there's an actually relatively handy thing about Unity is that you can tell what game object it is going to be the child of.
Yeah, that is true. I could create an empty that will hold.
And then you can just request from them, hey, give me a list of your child objects.
There's no
And
option
then
to
just go through that list and delete them all.
no option to just delete everything under the child object. What should this one be called?
I mean, I think if you delete the object itself, that would work. I think.
And then
But then you
recreate
would
it.
need to create the object again.
I mean, technically,
But-
it could create the object as its first action.
It could, yes.
Thunderbun, hello, Spike
There-
Cabby.
Or if you want to be a bit more complicated about it, or is it even? It's a bit more complicated.
I'm not sure if you
You
know
could
what's
just-
complicated or not.
You could just relocate the already existing cubes and then just remove all the extras.
That is true. That would be a more efficient way of handling it. But
It is also slightly more complicated, or somewhat more complicated.
yeah, it does require a bit more programming.
And yes, my understanding of complication is a rather questionable one.
Yeah.
I do admit to this.
Okay, so I want
Hello,
it
Spike.
to be a part of this, so I can then create a serialized field which is called like level, I don't know, which is what I want everything to be created under. The serialized field feels so wonky. I'm doing it, but it feels so wonky. This doesn't feel right. Because this is a scene specific thing.
Well, I mean, it's also prefab specific, it's scene specific.
I mean, prefab you can have anyway. But this is a scene specific
like-
thing.
Yeah, but if it's the only scene that operates this system in this
Yeah, but
manner,
you...
then-
yes, but this... and I would... okay, here's the weird thing. Why you would be the one questioning this, because you want it to be more dynamic, more able to like function everywhere, whatever. You described that better than I did. Well, I would argue for doing this because it's the only scene that will be used. I don't know, it feels weird but that we flipped.
There is some odd manner that you could use to actually get the game object from the files themselves. But the question is,
I still argue it might
I
be
don't-
better to just create the object as the first action.
how do you... So you would create it in code.
Yeah, the first thing the main object does is create the level holder.
Ah, well, I mean, yes, that is a possibility.
Because then it doesn't matter what I do with scenes, or I don't have to worry about accidentally deleting the object and so on.
But you could also make a file save where if it doesn't exist in the scene, it creates one.
Well, in that case, I don't need to have it in the scene and just create it anyway.
Yes, or there might be a specific thing in some scene where you might want to have it in a different place or something.
Well, in this case, I would say no. But
That is
see,
fair.
that is the point. That is the point that you would bring. Yes, now it sounds more like Jannertto. But in that case, yeah. See,
Damn, I finally sound more like myself.
yeah. So I will instantiate an empty. Can I? Is there like an option to like? I'm going to say like game o empty. Nah. Instantiate null. No, I don't have to do new if I do 0, right? Yes. I just need to... Wait, does this work? Does it create an empty object? Well, I guess I could test. It's not like it's going to explode. Oh no, it's exploding. What is this? Oh,
I
don't
think there
destroy
was
all
a way
those.
to
No, it didn't.
instantiate an empty without.
It didn't instantiate it, unfortunately. Let me see. Unity 6. Instantiate empty. Create. Huh? Is that it? Okay. Okay, this might be how you instantiate an empty. Okay, first, it's a game object type, right? So this would be like level. That's what I called it before, so why not? And then you do new game object, and boom.
I never have good looks.
Never. Bikini. Tashi. And this creates an empty game object. There we go. New game object. Doesn't have a name though, but I guess it doesn't need a name because you're not going to see that. Oh, you can. I mean, you could, but this is like at the debug level. You can do like name.
Okay, yeah,
level.
so it's part of its constructor that it actually creates it there. Fair enough, fair enough.
So it creates a pure
Oh.
blank game object. And now it should show up a called level instead. Boom. Which is completely redundant. Because the name is the only thing you're going to see while programming. As developer, this is like a developer. Is there a way, a pure, would there be an option to say that this line is for debugging only, and when publishing the game or like generating executable,
You can make lines that are only
It
run
would-
in editor
yeah, it would ignore this line.
in the builds, yes.
Because that would help, because there's a lot of situations where I would like to have some debug, but it would be so annoying having to delete everything when whatever it's called finishing the game.
So what you do is hashtag if space unity underscore editor. And I don't, you needed something at the end of that, I believe.
Let's draw lines in editor only. Here we go. Here's
Hashtag
something.
end if, that's where what you put at the end.
There's a debug. Okay. So hashtag. Okay, no, it'll be like that then. Unity. What is it? Unity debug.
Underscore editor, everything in
Editor.
caps.
Editor. I can set if to caps too if you want. Doesn't seem to be case sensitive.
Ah, well,
And
okay.
or is it and if? Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, they say use lowercase for if and if. Maybe that's case sensitive. What does it have to go like? Okay, how they want to format it is like this. Wait, do I literally have to do that? Oh, well. It should be that. Oh no, now it's... Oh. But I'm not allowed to do these. Yeah, because if I do that, it errors out, but if I do that... Well, it wasn't really how I wanted it to be, but okay, sure.
Also, hi Orimian.
Orimian's here. Orimian's been here, I think. But Orimian's here.
Probably yeah, but I haven't said hi to them. So. Like gasp.
Lagisp. If platform standalone win. Is apparently another one. Okay, but there we go. Now it changes the name only in the end. Well, again, the question is still, though, because then otherwise I will not add this. Does it still run the if care when it actually runs the full game?
So as far as, like, I must imagine that what you write there is not even going to be part of the build.
Well, yeah, that's
I
what
can't
I
imagine
hope.
that way.
I hope it's...
I don't know if this is the case.
Because it could just be like, no, we're still going to do the check and skip it if it's the build version.
But I'm pretty certain, I don't remember if I have tested personally, is that will not be at least run in the build. It would be stupid to include it in the build, but at least I'm pretty sure it's not going to be run in the build.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that part is like obvious, I guess, in a sense. I've been here since countdown. Got first fire. Yeah, you've been here. As Jannertto said, he hadn't said hello to you yet. Let's see
Also,
now. All calls to
Remion.
Unity's debug class are stripped when building. Code between if directives only get included in the final build's assembly if the condition is true. Else is ignored/skipped. There we go. The first part isn't true for logging. Oh, all calls to Unity's debug class are oh yeah, if you do the actual literal debug, which was a thing, I think. Yeah, it was some kind of like debug. Yeah, so everything, and you have things like draw line. So far, everything that is part of the bug, according to asshole manx on Reddit, are stripped from your code when you build the game, with the exception of the bug log. That one is kept, according to the Beard Phantom on Reddit. So again, can we trust these people? Don't know.
I mean, we could test it, but...
How
I guess.
would you test it?
I would imagine the debug log code pieces exist because they can write something down.
It does make sense that you would still want to log something in the final build.
Also, I would guesstimate that Unity has written something in their API about this.
Let's see what Microsoft has to say about this.
I mean, it's not their code, I think.
No, but the C# compiler compiles the code between the if directive and the end if directive only if the specified symbol is defined or not defined when the exclamation point not operators use. Unlike C and C++, you can't assign a numeric value to a symbol. The if statement in C# is Boolean and only tests whether the symbol is defined or not. For example, the following code is compiled when the bug is defined. Oh god, it's compiled when my test is not defined. Yeah, so according to Microsoft, this if the compiler is still behaving incorrectly, if Unity editor, which should be valid, this will compile it. But in the final build, Unity editor should not be valid, and therefore this will not compile. But of course, Unity can have made it differently. But going with the assumption that this is true, then this is how I will write it then. It's a bit
Also,
messy
no
looking.
reason why Unity would go and fiddle with that and make it most likely worse.
Yeah, I mean it is Unity. No, but more like I'm not. It's more like programmers sometimes just make strange decisions.
Silly things, yeah.
And I'm not excluded
People just
from.
sometimes
Yeah.
make silly things. Yes.
It's people in general. Yeah, I'm not excluded from that. There are many cases where, like, what would a programmer even? What would a programmer make this decision? It's a weird decision, but. Well, sometimes I make weird decisions too. Think of it, guys. I'm not infallible, or whatever it said. I am very silent during this stream, as I know nothing of programming. No, that's fine. You can chat about other things.
Yeah.
So I've created the level
speak
thing,
about
and I
your
can
days.
refer to it a level. So when I create these things, I want to create it as of the parent level, under the parent level. How do I choose a parent?
Well, in your case, it's actually relatively easy due to the
That's
fact that because you're making the main script and it's going to be a mono behavior, so it needs to have a game object of its own.
Yes.
So you can just make this the main parent object and have the level be its only child object.
But yeah,
So you can always just ask the child object that, hey, get my child object, and it's this, and then we do stuff through there.
Okay, kind of lost me there, but
Or you can just note it down as a game object variable.
I mean, it creates
That you
this
can set.
level holder, and I just want, whenever I create a new cube, it should be part of this. As a
In the
child.
instantiate code, there is a position where it requests what is going to be the parent object.
Yeah.
Or you can command it after the fact to be a child object of some game object.
Okay, let's see which one. I do have transform parent, but I want to apply a transform on top of it. But I guess that's not an option.
In what
No,
way?
that exists. There's the final one. Boom.
Yeah, the instantiate could be a bit different.
The
in my
level,
opinion,
the name
but-
level does not exist in the current context. Okay, that makes sense. Because it creates it here. So I guess I create it outside, and then create object here.
Bon.
Yes.
I would suggest making the game object level a variable in the class level and not in the start method.
But yeah, I did. The game of the level is in the at start. Oh, no, not in start, but at the initial part. Of
Yeah,
the code.
now it says I would suggest it to be done. Yeah.
But it still cannot reference it. Cannot convert from Unity game object to Unity transform. Oh, trans.
You can put a dot transform
Yeah.
after the level, and
Yes. I realized when it told me.
good.
Repetition being the mother of learning and whatnot.
Yeah. So now it's just, yep, it does work. It creates a level object as it should, even though I changed the code a bit. That is good. So now with this done, I just need to tell the level manager to actually create the level then. Which again, it's such a small code, so I could just have the main script create the level, to be honest. But I guess this is good learning anyway, regardless. Let's see.
It's not like maybe one of the bigger comments on that is that it doesn't really support Unity's modular approach to coding. And it gets messy.
Yeah.
But
Although I'm no programming guru, I learned as I go and have a sense of wanting to become better and smarter at it ever since I was a kid. I've been interested in programming, just not been doing much programming. I haven't worked as a full-time software developer for many years. Do you mean have worked as a full-time software developer for many years now? Because that would make sense as a sentence. But programming is both a hobby of mine and at work I get to do, especially embedded system programming from time to time. I wish I could work as a programmer. I wish I could work at anything for that matter. But clearly I do not know too much about programming. I've done some education in it, but not ever done anything proper.
Bon, I can say this much. You definitely have much more of a knack for it than couple programmers that, programmers that tried to be programmers at school that I worked with.
I should go to your school.
If you want to, I guess.
No, I'm just kidding. I will need Swedish lessons though.
You wouldn't need to take Swedish lessons, you would just need to take English and Finnish lessons.
But yeah, I have taken Finnish lessons instead. I assume I wouldn't need to take the English lessons.
You do in our course, but if you went on a Finnish... Because our study program is in English. That is why everyone takes English classes.
Well, yeah, that was thinking that I already speak English fluently to such a degree that I could probably test.
You would still need to take the classes.
I mean, like a final test or something to get the grade.
I don't know if that's a possibility in the system. Also, we kind of have our language center is kind of its own separate thing, which does things a bit.
But it doesn't matter. It's not going to go to your school anyway.
Yeah, I know, and I mostly just made the whole thing as a joke.
Stringing through the background saying you can't catch me. What if I can? 160 streams. That is a lot. You kept your stream streak. That's good. I have seen some really shitty programmers back in my day. Well, I still see them as a person who use software. I see them constantly. I was also teaching programming at some point back in time. Oh, the time feels like. You can teach me programming. Should we learn Finnish together? Or do you mean? I think we should learn Swedish together. Or do you mean when it's your turn to do a collab learning Swedish? That would be something.
Guess so.
So anyway, back to the code. I want a public function that will handle, so I will have. Because now. I'm still a bit confused because, okay, if this is a level manager, but the main script still created the level object, shouldn't the level manager actually create the level? No, because the level manager is just telling the main code to actually add the objects. I guess the level manager is also telling the main script to clear. There will be so much double functions at the same time. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. Let's say clear level. Let's call it that. Takes nothing. Can I?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure in that case I would understand why commenting would be super important. And also I don't understand why someone would do that.
Yeah, I should really add comments to make that. But you already know Swedish, so there's not much you need to learn. No, I meant the thing I and Jannertto did. It would be like, I'm teaching you Swedish. One of the worst things I've heard is when a colleague of mine, every time he needed a new variable, he would just randomly smack the keyboard and then copy paste that variable wherever he needed it. Oh my. Yeah, I've heard a claim when it comes to programming that there's some YouTube video that kind of got recommended to me that you should avoid, like, there is like these classic programming standard cultures, traditions that people do, but that people should stop doing, is abbreviating variable names, because it's better to just write stuff out because it makes it more obvious what things are. That makes sense in a fully compilable language like not C#. Because it doesn't matter how long variable names you have, that doesn't affect the final code in compiled languages. So that does help, because abbreviations might not always be clear what they actually mean. But then now when you tell me, because that's what you come and remind me of, just random letter sequences is worse than abbreviations.
And then there's
The variables could end up being like has the, yeah, it's a valid variable name.
Yeah, but not everyone's computer can understand that letter. Can they? I don't know.
Okay, in a full compiled language, that letter doesn't exist.
I know this, but like if someone from outside of Finland or Scandinavia is editing it.
If you, for example, if you're making it in JavaScript for your website, you can still use the letter because it's just a number in the end. It's just a sequence of numbers. Now, understanding a variable is a different thing.
I'm here thinking that what was it? RPG Maker games from Japan commonly require you to load the Japanese language back to your computer for them to run, as I understand.
That could be the UI specifically.
Yeah, but they're translated.
It could still be the UI. It could be like a core of the UI thing that breaks.
Maybe.
But then, yeah, not. You could still be correct there, but that could be one of the reasons. I'm trying to. But yeah, when it comes to like special programs like that, as well as like Game Maker or something, I can understand where certain letters would not work.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, Wolf, what part, because it's translated.
Well, yeah, Windows doesn't typically come with JK support unless you install it. I think doesn't it do it nowadays though?
I don't know.
No, I think
My
it
point
does.
is more so, shouldn't the program be able to run either way? It would just...
should.
Or unless it just doesn't have the error handling when
Actually, curious. Yeah, it. Do you need CJK installed to run RPG Maker? Or let's type that. I don't know. I can't find anything about that. Oh, here we go. An FAQ. Surgery, including all links, is strictly prohibited from being reposted to the bahamutgamer.com.taiwan and ptt50t.cc website. I mean, that's interesting. Why specifically those two websites? There's something going on there. This algebra translation DeepL translator. Well, at least that's a reasonably good one.
It might be that they on the right.
When I run a Chinese language game of RPG Maker 2000 or RPG Maker 2003 with Windows Standard, text content part including the title menu will show garbled. Okay, yeah, so I guess if you... That's the first thing I can find here about why you would need to install it for RPG Maker for when it isn't in English. And that was it. What I could find about it. Yeah, so as far as I understood it, if you run a game or software, I meant to say, if you run software on Windows nowadays, that is like modern day software, CJK should be fully supported and you should be able to just use it as is. However, if you run older software, it will not work and you do need to enable that, which will have negative effects on your system. But it will now properly display Chinese text in these older software, but you don't need it for newer software. That's as far as I understood it. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. The weird things that happens when you do enable it is that it will have odd support for, well, non-Latin language, well, other I want to say extended Latin letters. It will no longer treat them as letters and more like special symbols. Could be that the binaries themselves still using parts that are not being internationalized. Yeah, could be something like that. And I think the reason why you have to enable CJK support for these older software is because they do not use Unicode. They use their own code lists of characters. So you basically tell Windows to use these lists instead. But newer software is using Unicode, so that just works. As long as you use Unicode, it works for any language. In theory. Could be some weird cases. And the reason why this isn't supported by default is because of these negative side effects that are happening. So like there could be still reference libraries that are specifically compiled to be Japanese even though the game created themselves supporting translation in terms of all the text it seems. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, what you say makes sense. But anyway, so another question is what I could do clear the level is just to recreate the game object, which... But the question is, and then I can just, instead of having this code here, I will just put clear level up here. However, could this lead to memory leaks? It would probably create a new object but keeping the old one. It's also something that can easily happen to you as a developer unless you have specially set up a setup for a certain non-Western region. I think nowadays, like, a lot of is supporting Unicode, so you should be able to handle, like, Unity should be able to support any language, because I would assume it's using Unicode. I need water.
At least I haven't heard anyone mention that like Japanese or Korean made Unity games would need the language packs.
At work I see all the time that we need to switch our default Finnish or Swedish numeric interpretation to US because so many companies default using point as a decimal separator rather than a comma like in Finland. Like most of Europe. Which makes visually more sense. But anyway, I haven't had any issues with that. But I guess if you're working with very specific laboratory instrument software, yeah, then... Which is what's broke in the remake, was it Pokemon Diamond and Pearl? The built-in calculator breaks if you don't play it in a language that uses the decimal full stop instead of the decimal comma.
Sure.
But when someone did go through the code to figure out exactly why it starts breaking, whoever was programming that made a strange code. It was doing all kinds of weird things. Like it was taking it took the number with decimals in it and took it as a string and then split it where the period was, which therefore it breaks if you have a comma. While it was also taking the original number and just taking out the whole number from it, cutting the decimals through a different method by converting it to an integer, and then using both of them in different ways. And why do you have two functions that takes out the full number? Why not just have one function that does that? That is the more robust one. But yeah. So there's a lot, so like hardcore to just point around function. Yeah, period with a comma. Yeah, it's programmers that don't. It's programmers that like relies on strings, because if you do want to like, as long as you keep numbers as number variables, like as long as you don't like convert it to, if you're going to convert a number to a string, that is for presenting it to the user. You do not convert it back to a number, because then anything could happen at that point. Anyway, I should go and get some water. It will be a quick one.
And there goes the bun. Oh. I should honestly get water too. I just have coffee and snacks from yesterday. And rewriting part of my code to make it more universally usable, I guess. Now just remember that this project was not supposed to be this complex, it was just supposed to be made. Which this kind of defies the basis of it. But it can also enable future things. I believe that is gotten from the Twitch's API. Don't necessarily directly know how it is done. Does this show anything of value to anyone besides, well... This does not seem to show anything problematic. Where was it? Where are you, my things or things that I got from the streamer.bot website? There. So all it essentially does in my bot is that it's Twitch adds an upcoming ad. So I presume this goes to the Twitch's API and gets a warning from there. I presume it interacts with the Twitch's API to get the information. I mean, the OBS's chat usually does get a warning. I don't know if they use the OBS's chat Docker though. I guess they could also probably use the Twitch's own creator dashboards, stream manager, where they should probably be able to see it. Well, there's also the Twitch's chat there. But at the same time, we do know how quality systems Twitch runs. So... whom's to knows. But at least my bot seems to get the information correct.
What weird things are you talking about?
How Twitch is interesting and how they handle their ads and ad warnings.
Oh, speaking of ads, do your OBS and or Twitch interface tell you correctly when an ad is about to start? It often shows me the five minutes because I told it to show 5 minutes before, and that does count down, but then it just disappears and then it takes a while before the ads actually start. Sometimes it doesn't show up.
But then again, sometimes the ads don't show up. For all the viewers.
Yeah, some viewers don't get ads. it might just sometimes not have ads to play. I had coffee last night. Have you had any coffee today? What looks that kill? Haven't said looks that kill. Another streamer earlier today said they don't get notified before they're like 30 seconds left of an app. What? I mean, I get not. I said I enabled so I get the message 5 minutes before it starts, so that one will count down, and then I have it, and then it will tell me for the 3 minutes it plays dance. I don't understand what you said. Could be that they were specifically talking about the Twitch's own web interface, though. Yeah, in OBS it is Twitch's chat. So yeah, so I suggest to check with a bot instead, like Seriebot. Yeah, you can. Like I'm using streamer bots. You could have like an alert message that shows up 5 minutes before. It might be more reliable. Yeah, I wonder if this was just a bug on Twitch when intended to reach. Yeah, we cannot test Twitch, that's true. First time I've seen how people who get banned from a stream can still for a while continue offline. Rating you harassment. Wait, what is that?
So they rate them.
Oh, and they join in on the... Yes, Twitch has add an option so that did they? Yeah, because those who are blocked shouldn't join in with the raid. Twitch to ban users join a raid. I know that has done in the past.
I have been raided in with the raid onto somewhere where I'm banned.
Oh yeah.
I just didn't see the stream after it loaded, so it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, if you raid into somewhere you're banned, that happens. That like.
But I presume what Wolf is speaking about is that person who is banned raids them.
Yeah, the person who's banned will get the will also join in the raid, but
no, the person who is banned does the raid to the channel.
Oh,
I believe that is what we are speaking about.
The person who was banned did the raid is 5 times in a minute. Oh, that I guess isn't blocked.
I wonder if that has to do with the raid allowance things.
Well, yeah, you can set it to like only certain people can raid it. So you can enable all the features, but that's still going to block a lot of people from raiding. Like new people. It would be nice if we could just add a ban list for. Oh, you know, banned users can't raid in the first place.
They shouldn't be in the first place.
But you should also be able to add a ban list. You can, however, set your minimum viewer count to 2. That means that a person who's banned cannot just simply use the raid feature, because they need at least one more people watching.
Unless they get the viewer bot.
Yeah,
or just have a laptop next to them with the extra account.
Yeah, it requires a little bit more work.
It's, well, yeah, it is a little bit, but it's kind of neglectable in my opinion for such people usually.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Motivation gained from empty hate is more powerful than just letting things go, I suppose.
Yeah, you shouldn't be allowed to raid into someone you banned from. I mean, if you're a viewer, I mean, that's a different thing, but you shouldn't be able to start to raid. Like you would think, which would actually verify you're not banned before allowing to raid someone. Yeah, it doesn't verify if you're even allowed to raid in the first place. It has a verification system since that the streamer can set who is allowed to raid.
And also, as Wolf said, they can raid for some time, which presumably tells that there is a system that after a while stops it.
At least I haven't
now
had...
I wonder if the ban lists for servers update only after a certain time. Or if the lists for those are different. How would I explain this? So, if you have a server in Europe that has received that person is banned, so they can't raid in. But if the person is like in America, and they then raid, if that American server checks that is the like raiding ban list not updated there or something, and it's like okay, everything is good, well then in a day later it gets updated from the European server, but that would be kind of a stupid system, I feel. I guess we were making a game. 2 games, I guess. What's up? What you up to, Bon, at the moment?
Anyway, I was looking at currently some information provides that yeah, this does say people that you have banned will not be able to raid your channel in the future. That is already a feature on Twitch. But yeah, as Jannertto said, it might be servers not being updated fast enough. It could also be that the person wasn't banned from the channel, they were just blocked by the streamer. Because that's apparently 2 different things.
I mean, what's the word? Timeouting is a thing.
No, not timeout. You can be banned from the channel, and then you can block someone as the user.
Yeah, it's apparently block a user from interacting with your Twitch. So the difference is that people who are blocked can't.
And if you blocked or banned, I guess you can't.
Or speak, but they can view your channel still.
Viewing a channel is a setting.
What?
You can choose if a banned user should be allowed to view your stream or not.
But I have found out that viewing VODs is still a thing for those people.
So it is possible the person wasn't banned but blocked instead, and therefore was allowed to raid.
Specific to actually block someone, because there's no quick buttons for that.
Yeah, the quick button is to ban.
Well, ban or timeout.
Yeah, timeout or delete message. You can do slash block and type the username. The person might have done that. It's a bit silly why there's 2 options.
Well, it's usually better to have options than not have them. And as Twitch has kind of shown with their UI design, they themselves see that block is not that usually used. It would seem.
Yeah, they... You can also suspend someone.
Isn't that kind of... Or is there a difference between that and timeout?
On Twitch, a ban refers to being removed from a specific channel's chat. Channel owners and moderators can ban users from participating in their chat. When you are banned from a channel, you cannot send messages in that channel's chat. You can still watch the stream unless the channel owner has enabled additional restrictions, which is that setting. The ban only applies to that specific channel. Well, that's... Yeah, it's not a Twitch
Thank you
ban.
for specifying. Kind of obvious, but thank you.
Blocking is a personal privacy tool that allows you to stop the interaction with a specific user across Twitch. When you block someone, they are removed from your followers' following list. Why aren't they also already done that when you ban them? They are prevented from following you. Well, yeah. You won't see their messages in any chat. Okay, that's a difference. You won't see them in channel recommendation across Twitch and vice versa. Oh, so that's... They cannot send you whispers, but they can if they're banned. They won't be able to subscribe to your channel. Well, makes sense. They won't be able to persecute subs for other users in the channel. I mean, I wouldn't mind. The block works in both directions. They also won't see your messages. The blocked user is not notified that you blocked them. The banned user is also not notified that they are banned. A suspension is an enforcement action taken by Twitch against your account for violating terms of service. Okay. That's sad.
Oh yeah, I can just block someone on your channel, I guess. But that would only probably interact with my accounts.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to see the comments. Which wouldn't be that useful. I guess if you have someone banned, they are not allowed to be part of the shared chat, so...
Yeah, but like, if... I think the thing is more so that if you're like a fan of a common creator, you can block the person that you don't like, and you don't see each other's chats in the common channel you watch.
I mean, yeah. I'm curious, as someone who does not stream, how often do you find you have to ban someone? It's extremely rare.
I can see it being more common in chats that have more viewers, a lot more viewers, are somewhat of a controversial paces.
Yeah, the bigger as a streamer, the bigger you are, the more you have to ban.
Yeah. And then if some media happens to have mentioned you in light that some people don't like.
Which is, media has mentioned you in any way. Because there will always be people who don't like it.
I almost said, well, yeah, actually Mr. Beast is an exception to that, because media commonly seems to just praise the guy. Until recently, maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna say it doesn't matter whatever media says, there will always be someone who has a problem with it.
I am disagreeing.
Yes, I'm wondering, no one's ban bots. I don't even have a ban bots. I haven't seen bots in a really long time.
I have, funnily enough, mostly just seen bots on other people's channels that I have been streaming together with.
But you're not seeing any bots here, have you? Hello, smartass. Are you any bots in chats? Well, hopefully not.
Well, with drama channels, it is kind of a double-edged sword of getting people to come and, well, be against the rules, because that in on itself is content of sorts. And if you are already willing to use drama and others' misery for your own content, then why not chatters?
What I'm trying to make a game that where, okay, I'm going to
I feel like we have veered off course quite badly.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to programming. Is that someone eating a burger? Bots are like the bans you do when you're a beginner streamer. They're like target practice, exactly. You get Seribot, and you add like best viewers as a banned term, and then you don't see it anywhere. I haven't even seen Seribot ban anyone, nor any like bots being caught by the filter. It seems like Twitch has done the cleanup of bots really well. I mean, it still gets through, but like it's a huge difference from how it was some years ago. And then I was a smaller channel and still had plenty of bots showing up, and now I don't see any. I haven't seen one for a long time. I've only had to ban 2 users since I began streaming. There's been a few streamers who have been banned, people who has been banned here on my stream. Like I say, aside from like bots, we don't count bots. But people who have made an action that results in them being banned. Course, and then down there we got another weird area. What one? That's incredible. But due to the amount of bots that have been banned, unfortunately I can't really look at like the ban list to see. But what is interesting is that despite all the people that has ever been banned, no one has requested to be unbanned.
I guess you just have that sort of niche in the misbehavior people that they just don't see themselves getting unbanned, I guess.
Yeah.
Or don't care to get one banned.
How many? It banned users 99 plus. That's very helpful.
9 plus.
99 plus.
Well.
Yeah, I did ban this user. That was the start of this month. The whole account is terminated. Huh. I wonder why. And then at the start of the previous month, I banned someone for harassment. That account still exists. Interestingly enough, because I did report the comment. Because a person wrote both a homophobic and racist remark. But the account still exists, so that's interesting.
Does Twitch have the like multiple strikes thing?
I feel like at some point, depending on what you say, like, nah, that's not okay. That's not even. You get all the strikes at once. No, it is possible that. Yeah, it is possible that there's multiple strikes.
Like, if you start straight out banning people,
I mean, yeah,
after they have done like one essentially offense.
I do agree with you. It is so the one person probably has harassed other streamers, while the other person who hasn't account terminated yet. I'm saying yet, because they probably haven't harassed that many yet.
Guess what I'm saying ultimately is that I'm far from perfect myself, and if I get banned from simply one offense at some point,
I mean,
not given the chance to learn from my mistakes.
Yeah, that is the problem with the banning on Twitch in general, because streamer ban.
Well, channels can do what they want to do and how they want to do it.
But it's still the problem with Twitch, because you as a streamer can only ban or unban. There's no time. You can't say like, oh, you banned for a month for your behavior. Hopefully you behave better after a month. No, there's no such option.
Funny thing about that is that I have also heard that apparently some people get randomly unbanned at some point.
I mean, that's probably the streamer or mod just clearing off the ban list.
I suppose. I don't see. Oh no.
Like it's, I don't know which day it was, but I mean, I could check. I guess I can just go to, well, I don't know exactly which day. It was on still. But before in May, so now it's 3 years since I was banned on a channel for a comment that I wouldn't make now. But the ban is permanent.
Sometimes it be like that, I guess.
It was a streamer who hasn't been streaming for like 2 years anyway, so it doesn't matter. Bonk. But yeah, permanent ban. I've been a naughty bunny. There was a lot of bots that was banned in like the last bot that Serbot banned was in February, at the start of February even.
I would want to believe that you learned from something from that encounter, so...
But what I meant, like, ignoring strikes, just completely terminating account, is when the comments were made that were so bad.
I did not totally follow that sentence, but okay.
If someone makes a really racist, homophobic comment, to such a degree
that they ought to be banned from single comment.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible comment that is just like we don't want this kind of behavior here.
I feel like even in that sort of case, it should be a numbers game to degree, purely because people do stupid shit sometimes. And if they are such a horrible person, they will do it twice. And if they have done it twice, then yeah, get the fuck rid of him.
Yeah, sure. I guess, maybe.
Like,
yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time I understand how stupid people can sometimes be. Myself included, very much so. So...
I feel like someone, even someone is like, dislike certain groups of people, people could change and become better and actually respect people. That happens. But like if a person is willing to like go out of the way to harass and say a bunch of slurs to certain groups of people, like that is like beyond.
But the thing, well, yes, I agree with you. I will say that at this point.
But yeah.
But the sort of problem I see with that whole construct is that it is unlikely them who came up with the idea of hating that group. And B,
Yes, there's some point in there.
I have heard that hate is kind of addicting.
Yeah, often. But I do
So
think
I just feel like
Twitch should
banning
allow
people is sort of the key that the streamers themselves have to getting rid of that person.
Yeah.
And then at larger scale, if Twitch sees that this person continues their misbehavior in this manner, then just get rid of him.
I would like to if Twitch allowed streamers to like give a temporary ban.
I suppose, yeah, it would be yet another option they should add. I don't know how many would use such a feature, but yes.
Usually, how long have Pump been streaming? There's a command for that. I've been streaming for over 3 years. Free viewers for here. Come here. But it's often been handed out to people who've been become parasocially involved with the streamer. It really depends on how, in what way that behavior is. Because it really depends on which size the streamer is. If it's like me, I have apparently 14 viewers at the moment. Like having a more, like it is not a parasocial relationship. It's because like we have direct interactions and talking and stuff and chatting outside stream and stuff. But if it was a stream with like 1,000 viewers, several thousand viewers, several hundreds chatting at the same time, that's a parasocial situation, because the streamer cannot like get to know everyone chatting. Yeah, April 2003. Specifically, the 2nd of April was my very first stream. Yeah, full streamer age is the age of the first stream. Yes, I'm following one streamer who pretty quickly bans anyone posting a transphobic comment. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, yeah. But like in my situation, I do still allow people to send the unban request. So if they do change their mind and they got banned for being transphobic, they could say that they have been better themselves. But I also want to kind of like see that there's been a time. They can't do like 5 minutes later, like, oh, I was wrong. I have become no, but it was like 2 years later and say like, that's different. Yeah, chasing people for their sexuality or gender and harassing them, that's just a lost cause. Yeah, that's how people can't even bother doing that is weird. They don't have anything.
Well, when it comes to banning Wolf, then yeah.
Banning Wolf?
If they break the stream's rules, then you do what is sort of necessitated.
Yeah.
But it's a more people level thing. Is it like okay to just throw someone out of essentially society for the wolves just because they aren't perfect now?
That is my issue with where I mentioned that before, because YouTube has this rule that says that if you've been banned on YouTube, you're not allowed to create a new YouTube channel as your for yourself.
But then they don't police that half the time.
No, but I'm just going purely by the rule, and that states that if you, and one of the ban offenses is that you create an account if you're younger than 13 or 16 in some regions. So if you're
that's stupid.
So if you're 12 or younger and create your own YouTube channel, you're banned for life. and for any other reason you're banned for life. But yeah, so even if you do create a account correctly when you're 13, but you're 13 and do something stupid, so you get banned, you're banned for life. It's ridiculous how it's like that.
I feel like how the system kind of technically works, even though it's not supposed to, is that YouTube doesn't necessarily know who half of their channels are. And even if you start streaming with your face again, apparently it takes quite a lot of attention to actually get YouTube to kick you again or ban you again.
If you do get banned for doing something stupid when you're 13 and then you create a new account when you're like 20, there's no way they would know you're the same person, but technically you're not allowed to do that.
Indeed.
And that's what I'm talking about, the technicality and how silly that is.
I know. I'm not defending their approach to it. In fact, I'm kind of saying...
No, it doesn't sound like you're doing that either.
Because they kind of have the loophole already in existence that makes their system kind of work.
And I assume every website kind of like works like that. If Twitch bans you, you're banned for life. I just know that's the case with YouTube.
I would presume so.
Especially since there are so minor things that you can get banned for. At least on YouTube. Also on Twitch, actually, because you can be you can get automatically banned by having a report raid happening to you.
I'm just kind of wondering occasions where interesting things have happened to streamers who have been banned. I guess Dr. Disrespect comes to mind now. I don't remember anything about the guy.
I do not know anything, and I don't care much.
I remember that they did an awful thing. I don't remember what awful thing, supposedly.
Something involving minors, so...
Yes. And... they got their account banned, but then they got it back at some point, but then... did they get it back? Maybe they didn't.
I don't know. All I know is that a lot of these horrible people I've seen that are like, for example, that person who got overly angry about the options for... No, I don't remember which game it was. Space game where you can choose your pronouns, which isn't a new feature, but they just label it as pronouns. Starfield, yeah, that guy was apparently earlier a Twitch streamer, but that incident didn't happen on Twitch. The person had been banned from Twitch, or not banned. The person isn't banned. The person has abandoned Twitch, I think. Maybe the person is banned. But I've noticed, it's not like I looked up in any cases, but a lot of those horrible people, like, some of them have had or still have an abandoned Twitch account, and I find it interesting. Like, it's good that they're not on Twitch, because that kind of attitude wouldn't... I mean, there are still people with that attitude. Like I was watching a streamer who raided some random person who turned out to be a hateful person who is homophobic, transphobic, and everything. Who is still on Twitch, still streaming. Because and this streamer, I told them like, this person is just a horrible person who's homophobic, and the person even told me like, yeah, there are also these things. Oh, I wasn't even aware of those things. Like, okay, this person is even worse than I thought. But then I had just because sometimes I'm just curious, I just had a look to see if they still have their account around, because that's how I know they still have their account around. I don't know what the account name is, so I can't check now, but And there's still other accounts at that time. And then I noticed that this streamer is in the chat. Wow.
Well,
That is awkward. I didn't say anything, especially not in that chat, but I didn't like send a private message. Maybe I should have. Like, that's an awkward thing to spot. What a coincidence too.
I mean, the funny, well,
it gets funnier
about all this
because this person has known another streamer, and this is weird. So this person A knows person B, and both them know person C. Person C has been bad to A, so A don't want B to interact with C either. But B have no problem with C. So therefore A and B also like they broke their friendship. And this person A is now kind of doing the same thing. But I haven't. Well, yeah, he's doing the same thing. Like he's interacting with some horrible person. Like it's like hypocrisy.
I would argue there's some tactical things to be gained from such approaches, but I don't think these people are actually doing anything of the sort. So the thing is, if you have a hateful person who is going to hate trans people, let's say, the only way they're practically ever going to change is that they are in a company of a trans person and notice that there's really nothing special about them.
Well, yeah, that's certainly...
And that's not gonna happen if you just seclude them to their extremist
I mean, that
compound.
is... And yeah, and I do know I've heard that argument too, but the problem with that, because I say like, oh, because there are like horrible people that like discriminate against me, and I say like we shouldn't like interact with those people unless they like stop discriminating. But then like, yeah, but how are they supposed to like, if you like exclude them, they're not going to learn to stop discriminating. But the problem is that they're not learning to stop discriminating because no one is doing anything to stop them from discriminating. That's the problem.
And that's where I'm saying that they're probably not actually doing anything like that.
Yeah, that's what he meant by that. Okay, yeah.
And Wolf, I'm not saying that people should accept the presence of people who are hateful towards them. I'm saying that they should not have contact with them, but they should also allow third parties or second parties to be in contact with those people.
And I wouldn't mind,
but also
if people
to be mindful what sort of friends you hold.
I wouldn't mind if these people say like, I have no problem with the interaction with these people as long as they don't like go along with this discrimination, which they do.
Well, then they are themselves questionable people in this manner, aren't they?
Well, they accept the discrimination, and I just find it bad.
Well, then you are in all your rights to not be with them. And that is your freedom to do.
But everyone disagrees with me on that point among these people.
Well, that's not really a surprise because...
Considering the behavior, so...
And also, humans have this strange thing about always considering their own actions more positive than they are.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was supposed to clear... the code.
We go on too many tangents, I say.
Yeah. So if I have a game object, Unity 6, then I step that. A game object.
Steam has decided to download, apparently.
What are you downloading? Then we go to the next tangent. Download all child of game objects.
This is more so just a comment on the fact that Steam, why are you downloading?
There is a streamer I do follow that have for a long time, but the company they are allowing in their community is definitely making me uncomfortable, even though I wish I could tolerate more. I want to try to think if there's any streamer I'm watching that has a company that makes me uncomfortable. I don't think so. Probably because I stopped watching.
I have had couple YouTubers I have watched due to their info value end up apparently, well, finding out that they are very questionable people, and I usually just dump them when I do that.
Yeah. Not to mention, one of the problems with having around hateful people in hopes of harming them is that it alienates others around you. Like, I could hang around someone who hates Group A, but then I alienate anyone in Group A who can't deal with them. I mean, if you're going to if you have a choice, like, do you want to hang out with people from Group A or this person? Then yeah, but you could also, like these people try to do, hang out with both groups at different times.
And then when the questionable group says something hateful, you could be like, come on, man.
Yeah, like,
that's not funny.
Like in this case, people do not, the people who didn't. The basic comes to people not accepting me as a woman, and these people who do say they accept me as a woman, who, like, the people who would like to hang out with, I guess, not the hateful ones, choose to not refer to me as a woman when hanging out with these hateful people. That's one, and they are not
I
saying.
Guess they are a bit of a social chameleon.
Yeah. And that's was like, and that's why I say, like, if you are not a transphobe yourself, but you adjust your language to not be trans-positive around while you hang out with transphobe, that's just, to me, transphobic behavior.
I don't disagree.
Again, yeah, as I said, I would understand why you would still hang out with, like, a relative even if they are transphobic, but just don't go along with the transphobia. And still, yeah. But the person will complain. Well, fuck them.
Yeah, but it's also fuck him because he needs to listen to that complaint and then have an annoying.
Stop hanging out with people complaining about that.
I'm just like, I'm not justifying their action. I'm just saying this is the motivator to why they.
Yeah, but it's so stupid.
I don't disagree, but this species is not very known for making good tactical or long-term decisions. In my opinion, I guess. They have a bad habit of taking the shortest, easiest route, despite its costs for long term. I could go on a tangent about cars at this point, but I feel like we ought to continue programming.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if... Oh yeah. There doesn't seem to be a code to just destroy all children.
I mean, the sort of approach to it is kind of one line of text, so
I can destroy the object, and then that will destroy all the child objects as well.
Yeah, I believe that should be the case. I would
A
test
quick
it, but that
search
should be-
seems to be the case. Okay, how do I do this? Level destroy. Oh, no. Destroy level.
Yes.
And then level new game object. Should I have... Can I run a destroy on null?
Destroy on a null.
Yeah, since it starts off as a null. Or do I have to check if it's a null first?
Let's teach you a new thing about programming. Or C#, I guess. Can you come to my stream for a moment again?
Can you come to my stream?
I can send it as a text file too, I
No,
guess.
I cannot.
Yes.
I can go. Okay, I can come to your stream. You have a very lovely stream.
Sit like this.
I can see myself on your stream too. Oh yeah, I know about the try thing. I really should use it more often, I guess.
So now when you're destroying the null, you know that it's not gonna do anything specifically stupid or weird if that gets skipped due to it being a null, correct?
If it can't destroy null, yes.
So
But
then
I guess
you
your
can, in
comment
essence,
is that I should still do it because writing safer code.
no, mainly you just put it in the try there, which means that it's not gonna return an actual error because it technically isn't an error. It just can't do what it can't do, and we don't care that it can't do that thing.
Nice. Yeah, well, still works.
And also,
if
if you want to be fancy about it, or maybe how it should be done,
yes.
or maybe not in this case, you could put the catch null reference something, and then in the lines there, you could create the new thing if it's needed.
No, because it should create it anyway.
No, not in this context, but in other context.
Well, yeah, I mean, in that case, I mean, that makes... Does it even fail, though?
I don't know if there's a error return null reference.
Because
in
it can
destroy
run it
method.
just fine.
Null
there's
references are
something.
commonly something that is not going to be caught by the compiler.
So if I do the bug log... Yeah, hello. Mistyped. That makes it even better. Okay, let's see if it...
Yellow.
Let's see if it sends the log message.
Have good pizza.
It didn't. Well then. Destroy a null is not an error.
Guess it just doesn't care about nulls then.
It just doesn't care.
But nonetheless, that is a useful thing to do sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, if you hang out with someone and not correcting them, then you're not reforming them or challenge them. You just hang out. Yeah. And not only, but in this case, they are not only not challenging the person, they're also changing their own way of referring to me, making it worse. Well, I mean, so I have a double feature to watch today with a friend. Ooh, and we're going to get pizza.
There's an argument to be made that you shouldn't really be friends with people only to reform them, but...
Well, yeah, but in this case, it's kind of like a...
Not supporting all their stupid
relatives.
actions is definitely a thing.
And then we have... This is general level, but then we'll have like a public void. Should probably be a boolean or something. You just can return that it succeeded or something. Load the level subseq.
I'm wondering what you do with the knowledge of it failing to load. I guess you would try to destroy it and load it again, but...
Yeah, we try until it works.
And then it just ends up in a loop.
Yeah. Well. I'll just have a generic load level here. It just forces to load the test level only. Oh yeah, so at load level, it will first main script clear level because it can't access that. Why is it public? Clear level.
Oh yeah, you could make the announcement of the ad break and announcement, because those are a thing these days.
Yeah. Those are a thing.
You are a smart bunny.
I'm smart.
I have always said this, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I need to make it static so I can access it from another script.
No, you don't.
Oh. That is interesting.
You just need to access it through the already static instance. Or
No, it doesn't. Oh,
so
now it's an error.
With the level manager, it is a different thing, yes. But you can't make a static method like that. I would, in this case, suggest you either make the relationship one-sided, one-directional, but I don't think it's possible in this case, so you need to have either reference to the level manager or make the level manager a singleton too.
I mean, it would be a singleton.
Whichever path you see more fit.
Because it's only going to be one. So... I could do that. Because it shouldn't be more than one level manager.
Yeah. Also, the clock is coming to 18.
It is. Doesn't really. Well, there's only going to be one of these. I mean, it doesn't really solve my issue anyway.
Well, it does, because now from the game manager you can now interact with this through the main script. Okay, so one.
Yeah,
main script dot instance dot clear level.
Oh, I need to do instance.
Yes.
I forgot about that. There
Yes,
you
yes.
go. Now it makes
I believe
sense.
I did mention it already.
You have, but I forgot about it.
Yes. No, just now. But as you did not understand it, so that's on me. Be more clear about it. Yes.
But anyway,
Yes.
it should work now. I can just do like... don't do clear level, because that is now managed by the level manager. Is that the first thing I do is low level? But see, that has to be the level manager instance. Do it properly this time. Fancy. Does it work?
I see no reason.
Ooh,
Well, beyond
look, it's working. Fancy, and also places everything so beautifully on the grid. But of course, extra unnecessary panel sites. But yeah, it does work. Now we just need a proper environment for it too, but that's later when it's graphics time. For now, it's gameplay making.
Yeah.
Look at that, I made it generate a level. The one thing I'm curious about is how, because I want to find the levels, probably some files somewhere. One file, some files.
So you could do the scriptable object path. You could make it just read file as you see fit. I have no experience with the latter approach. I'm pretty sure it's possible, I just have no idea how. Or you could make your own save system where you save them.
Sounds complicated.
It's kind of the thing I did earlier. It is relatively simple, especially in this.
I could in that
approach.
case like make it in HTML to generate a file of the correct, with the correct data in it.
You could.
An external level editor. Although it wouldn't be in 3D, but why I'll try to create that 3D level editor would be. I will find ways of doing it. That will not be a problem.
I mean, you could just make 2D level editor where you just like jump between the vertical layers.
There's no problem. I will find a way.
And maybe if you want to be fancy, you could then display the lower layers under it, essentially.
I will find a way, though. Yes.
Well, there are multiple ways.
There's a level. It's pretty neat that it actually is loading it. That is bonk. That is cool. Of course, this does not, because a block should be able to have items on top of it. Only one item per side. I could do that by then listing items, but then I will have two different data types in one array. That's I could change the data type from a level cube to state that it is a cube and then specify its coordinates. And if it's not a cube, it specifies its coordinates. Yeah. No objects would just float in the air. They will need to always be to a block. But yeah.
Why limit it that way?
Because I was going to say I could create like a null block that is a fake block that you place an item on, which makes it float in the air. I'm just overthinking. I was thinking about approaches that would be simple.
But wouldn't items just kind of be blocks of their own, just with a different
They will have an
model?
orientation too, because
It could be a child variant of the block or cube. It would inherit a space in the grid.
yeah, they would.
But
they
it would
need
also
that space.
have extra things.
I could expand on the data type to include what item type it is.
Decisions. I would maybe comment this down.
No, I think that's
decisions.
I think that's a good idea. It's first specifies the item type. Like I said, it's 0 to null. 1 block, 2 and up is a certain item or something. I don't know. And then it specifies the XYZ position, and then after that it specifies orientation. Which is just the 6 orientations this can have. Which does not apply to blocks, but does apply to the items. I mean, you could still specify an orientation block too, but like...
But so you could make it a child variant of the cube, or level cube, which means that all of the level cubes do not need to possess this data, and only the items that need it kind of have that, plus all the other level cube data.
I mean, the thing I'm just curious about here is, wouldn't that kind of like need 2 arrays, one for cubes and one for not cubes?
No. Child objects, child classes can inhabit their parent classes' arrays.
So make okay.
For example, from this route, you can make a
So make a
subclass
child class of the level Q, which is... How do I make a child class?
mono behavior
So
is always there as the parent class.
So a level item like that. Which would have an integer, which is orientation. Or so, wait. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required format. Huh?
There needed to be, was it override or something? In the, was it public override or something for it to, for a kind of tell that, hey, I am overriding the parent class's constructor now. I'll go and swim it up.
I can just quickly search for the child class. Maybe I should specify child class override then. Video, I don't have time for that.
Oh, you can't override construction.
It says base, like X, Y, Z, I don't know. There we go.
Apparently you can't override constructors.
But you can do that. But I don't need this line in. So it will put X, Y, Z in the base one, but just take this specific one here. Argument orientation. What should I call it?
Oh yeah, because it's now a constructor for a different thing. Because it's
and it also needs,
I guess,
item type. I call it input instead of argument. Shorter name. So level item is a type of item and which orientation it is.
I do believe you also need to have the position update there too.
It does
the level item.
According to what I find here, it doesn't need that. That is pushed through the base. Which is linked to this one.
Fair enough, I guess. I have not tried it, so I would want to
Following this tutorial here.
So it doesn't override it, it just builds on top of it, supposedly, question mark.
Apparently, I guess, yeah.
That would be neat.
Or as I can see here, hopefully it works the same, actually works in Unity, because there could be a different C# version.
This has nothing to do with Unity, this has to do with .NET, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't say any errors at least, so...
And if it doesn't work, you can just take the line position and put it in the level item too.
Yeah, it's not much work. But
yeah.
The question is then... Yeah, it's already complains. There's no argument given that corresponds to required form. Yep, I'm inputting. Take it easy now, program. There we go. No, it's not complaining. Good. But how does it know which one it is then?
There is the kind of key problem. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So you need to ask from the program, hey, by the way, is this thing an item or a cube?
Because currently I just go through each in the level array, I just go through it, but...
So before you do anything with the thing, you need to ask it is type of level item. If type of level item. Been too long since I played with this.
Yeah, but yeah, does it still? Does this?
Well said.
Does this one still work though? Yeah, I guess it should work.
So that should work perfectly as it is. Yes.
Get type.
It just does not do anything different from the level item will not do anything different from the level.
Well, yeah,
cube
I mean,
now.
Obviously, but I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Does get type work?
Yes, but that's you asking what type are you?
Yeah. Isn't that what I'm after?
I suppose. Yes. It just...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. And then if it is the type of...
Level cube, level item. Okay.
And now then...
Look, it's created another cube.
I mean, I suppose you should be able to figure this from here.
Well,
although,
yeah.
There is one thing I will give you, because you have not used this before, or maybe you have. So...
I used to access level cube like this.
So if I remember right,
how I do a switch?
To access the level item parts of it, you need to do it like that, if my memory is correct.
Level cube is a tab, it's not valid in a given context. But I'm getting the type. I guess it doesn't work.
You need to be type of level cube.
Oh. I don't know how this works.
I don't either, to be honest. Or I don't remember.
Oh, it's parentheses. No?
I know how to make it work in an if statement, I don't necessarily know how it works here. Which is kind of odd. Then again, I do not use switch statements that often. Which arguably I should probably do more. I don't know, do they have negatives? Have you ever heard them having negatives?
What? What's that?
Switch statements.
Switch statements, yes. What's with the switch statement?
Have you ever heard what's the like negative side of them compared to if statements?
Nothing.
Well, I can think of at least one thing. It comes from the basis of optimization, I'm pretty sure. Because you can go through the ifs in the order of which is, how to say it, most likely to occur first, essentially.
Can't you do that
So
with
it doesn't need to...
switch as well?
I don't know. But
You
can.
choose the order of the switch cases.
Or is it just a same thing as you would do it with ifs, but just written differently?
Well, yeah, it's basically the same, and a compiler is probably going to change the code anyway.
Fair enough. I guess I find their syntax too difficult to learn, or I don't use it enough to learn it.
Fair enough, we couldn't get it to work here anyway, so... I mean, I could... just have... you know, like a public int type 0. Here it sets it to 1 instead.
How to compare types? The type of operator in C# will give you type of operator for the name type. Type instance are compared with == operator. This is a good method for comparing them. Note if remember correctly, there's some cases where this breaks down.
It does work.
My object is a string, do something.
Oh, it's still running.
I'm interested to see what did you get to work. Type of level cube. Okay.
Yeah, no error at least. Let's see if it actually does work. There you go. It does work. It does give the correct values. It says cube for each of them, for except the last one, it says item. Still runs the in state block though, so which has the wrong name because it should say cube. There, now it's been corrected. Now we just need one that creates a different object instead of a cube. Yeah, I mean this is fine. Like otherwise, I should probably have a different parent class, which is like level item instance, and then have cube and item being children of that.
I do not understand what you mean.
It's fine.
Fair enough.
I just meant that instead of having item as a child of cube, item and cube is child of a thing.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
But considering I'm just going to have cubes and items, this is fine.
And in this environment, item uses practically all of the cube's things beyond some. the same model, I guess.
It's not like
And it just has the
it
orientation.
doesn't have a thing that item doesn't have. So, well, there's that. It generates everything and it's pretty cool.
You're pretty cool.
Did you combine cute and cool?
I don't think so, but I'll run with it.
Hi, Fun, how that Benoy can talk. What do you mean how that Benoy can? Of course I can talk, because I'm a talking bunny.
Well, they aren't necessarily a bunny, they are a bunny girl, so...
I'm a bunny girl, that means I'm a bunny who is a girl. Or a fusion of a bunny and a girl, I don't know.
That's the more usual fantasy approach, I guess.
Going to do something, considering it's past 18 now?
Well, I have this thing where I play Vintage Story in the evening with my friends. It would be kind of nice to head that way if we are
yeah, I mean,
in a nice place to stop.
If you need to go, you're free to go. I'll
It's
release you.
It's not the stone hack thing, but it's a nice thing to do.
I did not understand that, but okay.
It's not something that is strictly going to happen.
Oh, you mean, yeah. It's not, okay, now I understand what you mean.
Time isn't that for the minute and whatnot.
I usually try to scale it for specific times, but that's me. I'm weird. No, I don't know.
I mean, when it comes to most things in most societies and whatnot I'm part of, yes, I like to being exact with time, because otherwise it's just like disrespectful for the other person and myself. But this company is such that we sort of do many things together, and they can start playing without me, so it's not really away from them that I'm not there exactly on time.
I don't want you to be left out. No,
in a way, arguably, I choose to be left out of many things because I'm here with you.
Oh yeah.
But that is a decision I have made.
That is a decision I have. Okay, I will continue messing around with this.
Good luck, and I'll be in the chat if I am truly needed.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Well, thank you.
I do wonder. There's a person I can rarely raid. Can I raid them now? And are they going to continue?
We'll see.
We shall see.
We'll see. Quote, as soon as I utter the word panties, people are like, quote that. Yep. Well, that's what people are like. Do you want to say goodbye to Jannertto? Goodbye, Jannertto.
Bye. Have a good weekend, everyone.
The rest of the weekend. Just close this down, and if Jannertto is leaving. Oh yeah, and Jannertto left the shared chat. Well then, we're back with Pon and Pon Alone. So I will have int orientation and also int time. Which int time? Item type crawler is better to call it. You know, overlay clear is good. Now, as I said, with orientation, it's going to have 6 different orientations. But by default, it's going to be up, so the bottom is going to point down. So here I would have it will get I guess it creates a quaternion, which is the rotation. Or you do the classic quaternion. There's a quaternion, which by default creates a blank one. Or maybe not. I mean, fail safe, I guess. And then we do simply, and here you can do a switch, and then you have case 0, don't do anything, case 1, and then it's all about figuring out. Holy shit! Hello, Darth Killer. Wait. It's well, yeah, Jannertto's name is still on screen. Let's change that. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. It is wobble, 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 wobble. Same thing. So, what I had to do, okay. Is this when I should bring up paint? Should we put paint on screen? I got a free one here. Here's. Boom! It's white. Flashbang. I can make it black. I could make it black. I can make it black. So we have a cube, which is shaped in some way. This is a very tilted cube. Oh, anyway. And now comes the question about the quaternions here. It's a very wonky cube, but who cares? So what I can do is, what I'm having is that 0 is this direction. That is 0. Painted black. Who is that? Which is that? I recognize the title. Been 12 years since I last did C# and it was basic wind forms. Oh yeah, I did that probably 12 years ago too. The Rolling Stones. Did I add Rolling Stones yet? Z or rolling. I guess I haven't Rolling Stones on list. I guess that's the Rolling Stones. Wait, painted black. Didn't the Rolling Stones have a whole argument regarding if the word "the" in front of the name should be capitalized or not? Or was that the Beatles that had that argument? But it's very easy regarding if the word "the" should be capitalized or not. Is it part of the name or not? If your name is the Rolling Stones, the "the" should be capitalized because it's part of the name. But if your name is Beatles, which your name is your name, which their name, that's not the name. The name is the Beatles. Therefore, it should be written with a capital "the." Do we know about a band that is typically known as the something, but the "the" is not part of the name? Because I'm not correct with music. Like you have Metallica, that's not, it's just Metallica without a "d" in it. You wouldn't say the Metallica, I assume. But if you were, the "z" should be lowercase because it's not part of the name. Obviously, unless it's the start of a sentence. Anyway, so this would be orientation 0. That means that it's on top of the block. It will have its bottom facing down. And then I have orientation 1 through 5, which will going to be all other 5 sides. Which order should it be in, is the question. That is a good question. So let's do some experimenting here. I can't get the quaternion values, unfortunately. Wouldn't... Okay, if this is 0... Beautiful. Perhaps 1 should be the positive x. Which would rotate by y. No. Sorry, Z. This way. And it will place there. Yeah, you needed to have pretty strong learned habit to keep it through years without using. Yeah. So when you don't use something, you forget most of it. Yep. But it will come back quickly to you as well. Is there rotation to quaternion calculator? What do they mean by rotation matrix? Okay, this does make sense to me. Right. Axis angle, so many inputs. Can't I just insert 3 values? Can't I just insert 3 values and be done with it? It would be x, z, y because there we go. Wait. There we go. Strand blank. So the quaternion value, oh, the quaternion is random numbers. That's not very helpful. Well, that's a problem, especially since it didn't give me a proper value. So I guess, can I set from 2 set look rotation, set Euler rotation, vector 3, or floats 0, 0, minus 90. I don't. It's obsolete just because I. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, why is this not working? Cannot be accessed with an instance reference. What a. Set it to this then. be like that. Okay. And then I will continue logically from plus x to plus z. And we should rotate it this way, yes. That was a 90-degree rotation. So then it will continue around this way, and then it will rotate 90 degrees this way. I see a pattern here. 3, 4, so this one will not be negative, this one will be negative. And finally, it's going to be on the bottom, which means that it will flip it upside down, which I do have two options. I can flip it this way, or I can flip it this way. Do. Those are the 5 rotations. Boom. And then it gives that. Still spawning a cube, but that's the next thing too. It's probably a better way of doing this. I could pre-calculate this. Okay, you know what? Oh, I do a quaternion array. Or I just do these pre-calculated values in an array. There, then delete. Why is this not working? But it still haven't specified a name for it. That's my usual issue. Orientation angles. I don't know. Oh yes, it needs to say new. There. Exit. I can have comment like the 6 pre-calculated angles accessed through an array. Top, bottom. The other one, like left, right, front, back, I don't really know, like which side it becomes which sides, because camera's kind of viewing it from the side, treating Z as the back. Okay, right, behind, left, front, back maybe. So I just need to take the orientation angles instead. Instead of doing this whole thing. Boop. And then I take the quaternion, which is now instead called orientation. which is what's called from the start, but yeah. That's a bit more efficient programming. I'm a smart bunny. Oh yeah. Still warm. And I'll do the same thing with the cube item. I just define all the individual items. Dude. It is pretty cool that they can actually generate a level. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh yeah, boop, it's like that. There's a level. With the item which still generates a cube because I haven't created any items yet. It's pretty cool. Plushie, look, it's the Sylvian. Cole, do you know the name of that Sylvian? I started on the Umbrian and I finished that plushie, but I should. So both exist. Okay, the level manager does not need the update code here. Let's select it. And this is just the instantiate thingy. Sylvian, yes, Sylvian. Does code know the name of the Sylvian plushie? Who that Sylvian is meant to be? Because it's not just a generic Sylvian, it's specifically a specific Sylvian character. I should, out of confusion, also create the Sylvian and Umbreon from that other copy. So you have both. That will be silly. They can wear their school uniform, so maybe that Sylvian should wear the female school uniform. So, well, I do need a player. I will reuse the board I already created for the other game. Because I'm going to basically use the same. Let's see now. Let's start with copying over the old folder. And then the latest stuff I don't need. Oh my, it was a bit more than I thought. How much is this? Oh my, 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes of content for a ball. Yeah, I'm gonna delete some of that stuff. I don't need the old mesh, can delete that. That's like 8 megabytes. Don't really need all the skins either. Because I'll go with a different approach for the board for this game. I will just do, it will be a, I wanted the, so one of the dangers I want the level to have is spikes. Going to be static spikes, there's going to be retractable spikes. There can be spikes that you can interact with, that you can press a button to switch its state. So anyway, so I want this ball to break due to spikes. What kind of ball would break due to spikes? It will make sense. It would be kind of like an air-filled ball. Inflatable ball. Let's search for inflatable ball. What do I get? Inflatable ball. Oh. There's random stuff. Thinking. There are some people who are inside an inflatable ball while in the water, which like, so you're in the ball and not in the water. That's a choice. Yeah, I guess it's just a plastic ball. It's up, yeah. Let's go with that. It's just a plastic ball. Good morning, Pon Pon. Hello, Vex. Is it morning for you? It is evening here. And I hope you had you woke up and felt happy. Pon Pon, why are you speaking so weird? I don't know. It's some weird. Okay, it covered over everything. So let's do some quick stuff here. Oh, it's not done yet? I thought it was done. No, it isn't. It's not working. We'll have a lot of files deleted and tomato. Yep, 2 of them even. Bonk. Someone chucked a thing at me. I'll do that. This will be the texture for the ball. So I'll do what do I call them? What do I actually call them? I think I've prefixed all the textures with text or texture. Texture. Should I call it ball or orb? Texture orb normal. It's normal map. That don't need those. There we go. And this would be good for now. Any additional details I can do later on. I'll create a new folder for the orb. In this folder I will put everything. So I guess I can delete all of these. How much space does this take? If I select all of them. I might keep that one. Maybe both. Okay, those actually take up a lot of space. So let's drop the texture here. Which I have to change. It's not sRGB. It does not have alpha. It's a normal map. High quality compression. Guess there we go. Guess that's all I need for now. I need the orb itself too. I should call it a mesh orb. With a capital letter for some reason. Can I rename these two? Guess not. Foreigner, yeah. Pink, blue, and white. This is a nice. The blue eyes doesn't really work, but I could make the blue like a softer color. There's the ball. Alright, I need to. Boom. And it has and I need to create my custom shader as well. Shader graph, let's go with that. Lit shader graph, it's totally lit. Shader orb. I'm creative. And then from this I create a material. And create material. There we go. Shader graph. Okay, let's call it material orb. Be creative with the names. Now this is edit the wish I could. Anyway, here's the thing. So what I need is an texture sample. So I can insert. No, wait, I inserted later. It's a normal tangent space. Think base color, I don't know, make it red. How do I save this? Like that. And then it should have one input. Oh no, I need to create input. Here, shader, okay. It will be textured to the normal. And then I can drop this in here. There. Now if I save this, I should have the access it here. Ads. Boop. There we go. So now if I close this for now, I should be able to drop the material on the ball, and there we go. It's a rubber ball. I can change the strength of this. It really looks like one of these softballs. I think the effect is a bit strong, I'd argue. And yeah, unfortunately. Can I edit it? Okay, there we go, I guess. Anyway, we have the strength of it. So to create a new variable, which is a float, which is normal string. Just a crazy word. Well, multiply is the term used. It's a bit. No, if I insert. There. Okay, let's set the default value 1. I just did one here. So now I can adjust the strength of it. Doing the thing again. As always, doing the thing again. I need to open my other project to see how I was supposed to set, because that was the tricky part. I was a bit tricky with how to set up the shader properly. Also, wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Open shader. This is the shader editor. I tried to open the wrong one. That's why I had to issues editing the material, because the material is just material, not shading. This is a bit confusing in Unity. Well, I guess Unity is using the correct terminology, calling it a material and shader, because it gets confusing if you're using Blender and Unreal Engine, where instead of calling it a shader, they're calling it a material, and what they call a material is Unreal Engine calls that a material instance. I don't know if Blender has an equivalent. I think it's kind of like has its shader material like as one thing. So it's a shader material as one. I don't know if you can have multiple materials of one shader in Blender. That might be possible. I haven't done that, at least. So you create something that's called a material, which is a material of a shader built into one, and then you go to the shader editor, because that's not confusing. When you place material on something, it arguably is material instance. That is a point too. That the very instance of that material on that object is a material instance. What would that be called in Unreal Engine then? A material instance. Although in to make things more confusing in Unreal Engine is that you can place a shader directly on a thing as well. And also you can make a child of a child. That's pretty. Yeah. Well, is this going to load or not? I wanted to have a quick look. It's not a very quick look. It's a very slow look. And I'm going to do a bunch of different patterns on the ball, which is just going to be like... Because the other ball game I was working on, I made the ball actually take different shapes. I made a football and earth. I started to work something on a 100-sided die, just to see what I could do, because I like designing things. I lost track of the actual game design there. But in this game I will keep it simple, which is the core of this game. Is going to be simple, where I just will make the ball take different paints basically on it. So if I go to the shader player, as I call it here, and open shader editor, the shady editor, that is a complete mess now. Oh, right. Yes, I did it almost correct. There's a slight issue with what I did. I wonder if that is the case in Unreal Engine though. Could be wrong. But anyway, the thing I made wrong. Can I just close some of these windows? I mean, them smaller, I guess. Is that I multiplied the normal map. I just multiplied it. And if you know how a normal map works, you can't just multiply a normal map. Since a normal map is has the x and y values, or I guess in the case of Unity, x and z values as red and green, which again implies that z should be up, not y, because normal maps agrees on that. And then blue is z, or y in Unity's case. And then for red and green, the middle value is neutral, and then you can go to negative and positive. And if you know colors, there's 256 different values, therefore there's actually not a single middle point. So you kind of have to choose which one of the middle, since 127.5 is middle, so is 127 or 128 the middle? Should you give one side one step more? But anyway, so if you multiply it, yeah, it's not going to work towards the middle point then anymore. So you're not supposed to use a multiply. Instead, you should use something called a normal strength. Because a normal strength will take that complicated thing I was speaking about into consideration. As you multiply there we go. As you multiply, which is funny, 255 multiplied by 0 is 127. 255 multiplied by a half is 191. Beautiful. So now it behaves correctly. It makes sense if you know how a normal map works. Okay, so now it still has effect, but it's not like exaggerated. But it is still good. Here's a good point for anyone developing textures. When you make your normal map, it is a good idea to have the normal map use the full range from 0 to 255. Because this gives you the maximum resolution. If you want the effect to be weaker, you then multiply it by a normal map multiplier. You have to use that one, as I noticed my error. Because this ensures that you get the highest resolution possible. You shouldn't make your actual normal map weaker, since that it loses resolution. But here's my here's my player orb. So with all values correct, I will create an instance of it, which I guess I call it the prefab orb, just to keep everything in. Like I got the material orb, mesh orb, prefab orb, shader orb, and text orb. Should I call it texture? Texture orb. There we go. Normal, because that's normal map, right? Orb. So what I can do now is say that I would basically need to do a game object for every type of object it can spawn. It wouldn't be that many different objects anyway. But here I'm starting to think like there must be a better way to refer to all the prefabs. I mean, certainly it would be, because I could create... I could create a script that is just a list of all the objects. That the other scripts have access to. Which is like... prefab script? I don't know what it would be called. Because it would be is prefab already a keyword, by the way? Is prefab... No, prefabs isn't a thing. So I could just call it prefab, I guess. Unless that would break something. I wouldn't be surprised if there might be something. Let's open. Why is it open a separate one? Okay, sure. I'll open a separate instance of Visual Studio. Okay, I will put this to the side. I will go back to this one. What is it doing? Why is it stuck? Hello. There we go. What is it doing? I could call it pre-fired items, I guess. Just to ensure that it doesn't collide with anything. Going for that punch. So I would not... Oh, maybe I do need that. Oh wait, how would I... Okay, I don't know. Okay, so we'll do like public const, I guess. Game object. And then I used to specify the game object like cube. Which then I make it a serialized field. But it doesn't like this. A const field requires a value to be provided. Yeah, that is the issue. That will be an issue if I'm going to use the serialized field, and this is why I wonder if there must be a good way to not use the serialized fields. And specifying the prefabs through some kind of identifier, because it must be how an identifier in some way. I'm going to copy QEID. Doesn't really work. Oh, okay. Out of curiosity, kind of do like. I've not played with those, so can't help Sally. Nah, it's okay. I will see what I can find. Unity 6, specify prefab in C#. How to add a prefab to a list? Hopefully you don't say, hey, use serialized field. Instantiate returns type of object while list add or not. That doesn't answer the question. I mean, I could probably do like same objects, but there is like fine with the instantiates refers equal set game objects active preparative destroy immediate. Destroy special objects immediately. Use with caution. Hand in edit mode only. Destroy objects. Don't destroy on load. Equals. Oh, it's if two objects are the same. That did not answer my question. You can use resource folders. Create a folder called resources and pull all assets that you want to get referenced them by the names in that folder. Use the load method to load resources. Why is it specifically only resources? A folder named resource. It can't be any folder. Because this is pretty useful if I can just... Oh. The page is gone. Let me do some more searching. Because that's funny. Yeah, loading production custom folder is like the first thing. As far as I know, this is not possible to do. Taking into account asset bundles, however, as I don't own Unit Pro. So I'm planning on creating my own serialization deceleration system for models components that there might be a possibility if you use some reflection trickery, but it's of course not supported. It's not recommended. Really? So you can probably use resource load asset at pass, but in build this function will return null. Well, that's terrible. Another way is to make some scriptable object that will contain all assets that you would like to use. So, well, that's kind of like what I'm after. But again, how would I like refer to it? Oh. But okay, all assets will be loaded into memory when you load this asset. No, I just want the reference. I don't want to actually load it. I just want to reference them. So yeah, it's that I don't want to load it, I just want to link to it. How do I reference a prefab with a script that doesn't implement one behavior before runtime? Okay, that's very specific. Reference prefab without loading the memory, that's more like it. Actually, no, I was wrong. A lazy load reference does not seem to be used in. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. That's also the It's asset reference. Explain how to use it for lazy loading. Okay, asset reference. Okay, let's do more search. Here's 6 asset reference. Asset reference introduction. Okay, but how about C#? Actually, that's manage UI assets reference from C# script. There you go. Use serialization references, but what if I don't want to? Use asset database editor only. That's not going to work if it's editor only. Use a resource folder. That's really the only option you get. Well, that's not good. That's very limiting. And again, that is loading the resource. I'm not looking to load the resource, I'm looking to reference the resource. So I can then to be fair, I guess I could load all the resources at the start of the game and just keep them in memory for whenever they need it, so it doesn't need to load them at runtime. I mean, that's not a bad idea for the game to do it anyway. But is creating a resource folder, is it a root folder or not? I guess I'll do that then. I can put all the prefabs in there. It's a bit weird. They're just doing this. I mean, to be fair, I haven't done scripting in an Unreal Engine, so I can't compare that. Do I create an in the asset folder or is it created outside? They just say create a resources folder. Where? Every Unity project has an asset folder in the project root. We can't change the project assets. The project window displays. Okay, but how about the resources folder? Reserved for assets to load on demand from a script at application runtime rather than creating reference to assets in a scene. For information, refer to a loading resources at runtime. Max the number of folders with this name per project unlimited. Interesting. Valid location for folder root of the assets folder or any of its subfolder. Okay, so it should be in the asset folder. Okay, there we go. Let's put the... I guess I should call this prefab cube then. Prefab orb. And this one will be called mesh cube. This textures, I guess I call it cube test. But that's a test texture set. Okay, so I have them here. So I guess I do, even though I don't like... Wait. Resources. Okay. And then I can do like, there's a load. Load asynchronous load and asset storage. Okay. Load an asset storage and a path in a resource using an optimal system type instance filter. Well, string path. System type instance, string path. Is there a string? Well, this. I don't like it. It's taking a string. I mean, it's going to compile it, but like, do you really want to refer to things by strings? Is that really what we're doing here? We don't use I don't know, an integer, you know? Well, that makes too much sense. Well, in that case, you should keep these terms as short as possible to reduce as much data as possible. It doesn't even like me typing it this way. Not ability to convert a type unit engine object to unit and game object. How? An explicit conversion exists. How? So it's an object, not a game object. This is being assigned to prefab items. Cube must be constant. It is constant. I have. Oh. Prefab items cube cannot declare instance members in a static class. Why is it so annoying? Why and what are constants actually? It's a variable you can't change the value of. And I was thinking like, yeah, I have a constant value that is a reference that will never change. No one is allowed to change it. So it's it's a type of protection. But just making a link to this. I was hoping this would be a bit easier than it is. It isn't. Okay, it does have a serials filter cube here. What did I do? Debug log cube. Can't do that. The name debug.log does not exist in the current context. Okay, fair. Let's put it here instead. There we go. And then if I run this one, we'll get There we go. Also doesn't need to log these anymore because those have been tested. Prefab cube unity and .engine game object. It's really not a way to just... Although it did not lose the texture. Well, I guess I... I have to create an actual shader for the cube. I mean, I could just use the same as I use for the ore, but or make a copy of it. Material cube test. Do. Let's create what do you call it? Base. Fuzzy. Try to get stuff to work here. There. And this one. Let's put the base texture, but let's for now use the this one shouldn't have alpha applied to it. Oh, some setting wrong. Yeah, it says normal, should be set to default. There we go. That's what should it type it set a tangent and it's check that. A tangent object, I don't know. So and then I change here. Yes. Do. Oh, it seems to be working. Very bright. Yeah. Now it looks a bit odd in the edges. It should normal pigment available have a proper normal representation. Tank! Might have found what you want, maybe. Ooh. One said the word hard, let's go with that. You might have found it. Ooh, I hope so. Cookie dough bunny. And wearing a bikini, of course. Shaved and bikini. Well, I'm trying to get this to work. Getting to know more and more. Because I wish to just have a list of all the prefabs. How is everyone this fine evening? Alright, I guess. Or I can just do the weird way of just specifying each item type here. Like cube, and I create orb, but this is a bit silly doing it that way, isn't it? Morning here, ooh. Late morning. I'll take the prefab orb and handing it over. And then just like I have that, I should have like a game objects array, which is item array, because I'm creating with my name. And yeah, I guess by style it should be looking like that, but maybe I don't want to. I'll send you possible solution as a link in the emails. Okay, let's see. Assigning prefab reference in code. Oh. Ooh. I'm thinking to asset database with prefabs of a particular type. All I'm trying to do is write an edit script that takes all prefabs certain path and assigns them to the object prefabs array. Okay, this is asking more about dynamically assigning everything. It's probably, hopefully the solution is in there. I'm just trying to have a predetermined list of prefabs. I'm just trying to reference them in some way. We'll see if the solution is here. I wrote an editor for Freepik once. There I found the prefabs via the extension of the file name like this. String directory get files. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. How do you have a generate a prefab from audio clip via script? Find object. Yeah, I don't feel like this is going to help me, because this is about automatically generating the array of objects. I'm just trying to reference them. Yeah, that didn't help me. At least I don't understand the code. Plus this is also using get directory, get files, path, combine, libraries. Like it's using literal strings to refer to the assets, which is hurting me a bit. Well, I may just vibe then, yeah. Let's see what you actually wrote here. What's that? It's evening. I shall gaslight a light you into believing it's evening. I mean, it really depends on what you define as morning, evening, and everything, because it's different per different cultures. Oh, what did you song against this song? By the way, I mean, you're free to, obviously. I'm just curious. I mean, for them to make the array, they will necessarily need to interact with them from paths. Also, I'm pretty sure they only do that to find them. Well, I want to do the exact same thing as you do. Use like the serial field. You specify the object there. It creates a link somehow. I mean, it might do the Unreal Engine thing and it makes a link with a literal string, which I find a bit ugly. And I mean, sure, I guess I could do it here too, but it's like public static game object cube, and then it's like game object find, and then you specify like what passes you specify like asset slash cubes slash prefab cube dot prefab. Like, does that work? Is that how you do it? Mechanical. So they used this string to find the asset, and then they added the asset into an array of assets. So as the prefab, it would be should you just do it from the editor. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Polypon does not like ugly coding. Exactly, I don't like ugly coding. I see this might work here. Hello, Mechanico. You were playing Pokemon Crystal. What was the run today? What kind of run were you up to? I'm making a game. You wanna see? It's like I'm making a third game, by the way. But this time I'm trying to keep the scope down, so I can like make something working. So when I run a game, it creates an arrangement of blocks. I'm going to change to this block. It's going to be a ball instead of a block, but it's still a work in progress, of course. And yeah. It's and it generates this through code, and that's pretty cool. Archipelago, as always, your favorite game type. I got a lot of my checks this time around. You made good progress. Is it random? I need to watch more when you play because I'm confused. I'm confused. We guessed what our egg were going to be, and one of us guessed Mewtwo. Is it like random? And when I beat my seed, the egg hadn't hatched yet, so we checked the spoiler logs, and it was Mewtwo, so I continued to walk until the egg hatched. Spoilers! Yes, random. Ooh, I mean, it does sound interesting in some way. Yeah, the eggs were random. I get 2 eggs. You have 2 eggs, Mechanical. I tried to make a funny joke there. I don't know if it worked. Okay, so instead of serialist field, I'm going to see if this works. So it's going to give an error here when it tries to generate cube. So let's create. Okay, I don't need this one. So instead, let's say that game object cube is prefab items cube. Game object. So that's not how you spell it. Does this work? Does it still spawn the cubes? In that case, it does properly refer to the cubes. However, there is a risk that it can only refer to the cubes in the editor, but then when you build the game, it no longer works. I can confirm that it does not work. Find is not allowed to see script serialization page in the Unity manual. Find is not allowed to be called from a model behavior constructor or instance field initializer. Call it in awake or start instead. Calling from model behavior main script on game object main. Call from, okay. So I could call it here. I'll be interested to see if it works too. Still gives the error. Does it? So you want to instantiate is null. Is it? Change the energy object instantiate. Main script says cube. Or 45, yeah. Huh. So preferred items cube doesn't find anything. Do I need to game object? Wait, what? No, what was? How do I? I don't know. Game object, okay. Unit 26, game object find load. And first load of game object find. Do not use game object find. There we go. But what do I use instead of game object find? It's not ready to use game object find. You can use it, but make sure, double sure that it's not on every frame. Yeah, if you are looking by a better solution, there is a method called find game object with tag. How is that a better function method? It's probably this. It's probably the scene isn't loaded when the script executed. You can declare a boolean if the scene is loaded properly. Freepik is not the only reason not to use game object find. Do yourself a favor and read the article I linked above. There's literally no reason to ever use game object find, aside from not knowing what alternatives are available. Yeah, what alternatives are available then? You have to tell me. And for any given situation, there is at least one of those alternatives that is objectively better than game object find. Yeah. What do I do? What is one of those solutions? I guess you can't tell me because it really depends on what I'm trying to do. Yeah, this is not working. Yeah, do not use game object find. Do something else. Yeah, I'm not really finding a solution. I can use specify every object in the main script, but like, that's not how I want to do it. That's not how I want to do it. What I could do is making this an array and just expanding on it. Items. And then cube. No, okay, where did that go? Oh, because that's why, because so element 0 is okay, and this one should say 0 0. So now I should be able to say, instead of saying cube here, I should just be able to say items, item type. And now it's just spawn a ball instead of the cube. Cube is not an item. Technically, I could just make the cubes items too, and just have well, it just being items, and it did not spawn the ball. I could just make the cube item 0 and the ball item 1. I mean, technically, that would actually add a bit more code, because the cubes will still need, like, yeah. I could do that. Is that all you wanted to do? Yes, but I don't want to mess around with having to use a serialized field. That's the thing. Serialized field to me is a really ugly way of dealing with defining values. It is handy to see values, but I guess that's just how Unity works. But it does put a lot of limitations. Because, for example, say I have a bunch of objects in a text document. I have 100 objects. I could just paste them in the code and be done with it. Or I create a serialized field array, and then I simply have to click and drag every single object. Like this is some kind of kids project program that's they haven't, like, this is serialized field to me is like a child solution to that no professional will use. Still spawn the wrong item though, and probably because it runs wrong. Yeah, it runs the wrong code here. That's why. And that's my opinion. My opinion could be wrong. This doesn't work anyway, because the level cube does not contain these two variables. I could create them as blank values. Why is it ugly? Because it's not coding. That's why it's ugly. I don't mind it being an option, but it's not coding. I mean, it's visual coding, but like, but it's like having to deal with nodes. I might be the weird one here, but I find it really ugly having to drag up an object into a slot instead of just typing the object name in code. I just don't like it. It's not coding, it's not meant to be coding, it's game implementation. I mean, obviously you have an argument there, but I still disagree. Still find ugly. Why can't I just type a prefab name? Or like prefab identifier and just do it like that way? Why does it have to be like this? As that, if I create 100 assets, I have 100. I could just copy all the file names and just paste it in code and be done with it. But no, that's not an option. I can't do that. Well, that would also not be the references, but it can handle that, the compilation and building. But no, I have to drag and drop every single item manually into an array. And I can't comment that out because then it clears the array and then I have to recreate the whole array. I don't know, it just feels so wrong. How about typing the name of the object to be real with chance of errors and slow? I mean, I don't know. You gotta just select all of them and drag and drop the whole bunch as a whole into it. I mean, there's that, to be fair. I guess that will actually save a lot of work. That is true. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. It's something I have to get used to, but it just doesn't feel right. But this doesn't work anyway because I can't reference item type and orientation because of things. So the simplest thing to do is ignore level cube being a thing and just do level item on all of them. Yeah, but I get your point of view. That's automating it would be nice. Yeah, that thing you did link to was about finding all the prefabs and like putting them together into a list. But that's, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. But I guess I could, because I was just thinking about like huge projects. I guess they don't work that way. Hello, stop using AI. Well, good thing I'm not using AI, so, but hello. I like what you stand for. Nice, yes. There's no AI going on here. This is all made myself. That's what I think it is, what you're looking for. In a sense, maybe. So you're an actual program. Yes, I've written this code myself. I typed error letter myself. The only letters I haven't typed is these letters. Sorry, I guess these letters. But everything else I've typed. Yeah, I think I should make the cubes into items as well. Because it seems, imagine that actually typing. Yep, I've written all this. So it's not much code, so, but it's a bit. Still does what I wanted to do. Oh, Unity dev as well. Ooh, that's good. Maybe we could. I was gonna say help each other, but I probably can't help you. I'm just getting around the struggles of Unity and how it actually works, and I just have to get used to how weird things are. My when I started my like proper game development using a game maker, that is kind of like a toy. But at least I could reference subjects. I could type the name of objects in that one. Learning the issues, let me know. Uh-oh, singletons. Singletons, yeah. Using singletons here. So yeah, so I'm trying to generate cubes and item. The item is a subclass of cube. But because I'm using for each cube, it can't access these. But I guess if I do for each item, it can access these, but then it's going to be like maybe that is what I do, and then it just works. Looks a bit empty. Special cost is not valid. The level dimension a level cube level. Yeah. Yep. No shakers time and place. I'm not here to tell you how to do code, but I'm happy to share some basic critiques if not it's all good. Is there anything... I mean, I'm still very new to writing this code. So... Is there anything in particular that you would comment on? Because the easiest would probably be to just use two separate array, one for the actual cubes and one for the items. Well, my initial thought is you're using selectons because you want to be able to access references easily, but that's typically an anti-pattern. Well, it wasn't my idea. Also, for smaller games, it's not a problem. Yeah, someone suggested using sing. Well, I guess I'm using more singles than what I should be using. Yeah, there are better ways of doing this. They will persist cross scene. I'm going to use a single scene for this. That's not that common to really. The most important thing is working scene. Yeah, I will have to learn more proper. I'm just stuck at trying to find a good way to solving this thing, and I'm feeling like I should probably ignore the separation of the blocks and the items and just make it a single type that all of them are. It would be redundant data for the blocks, but because it includes the orientation and the blocks, the cubes do not have an orientation. So, and it would also need to specify the item type, which as block, which currently doesn't. But I mean, it's not that much extra data, so I mean, it's fine, I guess. As I said, the most important thing is a working thing, so, and that would make it work. So the reason why there is a debate on singletons is separation of concerns. Well, there's a lot of debates about a lot of things. In a functional pattern, classes that don't heavily rely on something else shouldn't have a dedicated reference to it. Exactly, for smaller games, totally acceptable. Yeah, I will get through. I want to make a fully functional, completed game. I started on some small project, but I actually want to fully complete something. So I can just... I know I could have done this fast, but it's pretty fast. And then just change cube here to item instead, and just do it this way. And this way I don't... It has this redundant data here, but like... probably better. And then level item is just... like this. In a personal pattern... Oh wait, I read that. But if you're interested in how to solve that kind of issue in a breeder part, let me know. It would be interesting to get a different perspective too. And I would like to, and who knows, maybe we should, maybe there are some interesting projects we could work on. But I do want to learn more about how to actually make something before I'm willing to, because I feel so lost if I try to work on a project with someone else who's in chat even. And I constantly felt lost. I didn't know how everything interacts with each other and everything like that. You would use an event bus. What? So in this case, it only has one type, so it doesn't need to check what type it is, because that doesn't matter. Let's call it item this time. There. And then it only has instantiate item. And I don't need the game over the cube, just game over the items. And I go back here. An event bus is part of an event subscription pattern. Well, again, outside of my knowledge. So, can I take the cube and just insert it before here? No, I can't. I can add another. Yeah, like I did talk about this whole serialized fields. I just feel it to be amateurish to work with, and I just want to. This is yeah, childish to work with. No, amateurish is better term. As if you're learning how to work with a game. What is your opinion on it? Not properly here yet, but hi Pon. Okay, let me know when you're properly here. You need to make it a prefab, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean... Yeah. Something. Okay, if I run this one, it should work now. Look, it works. The ball is oversized. I will shrink it down, but it works. The ball will be significantly smaller, and it creates everything in here. So I can is it correct to destroy an object here and all the childs are properly destroyed without causing memory leaks and stuff? So it's so that a child object doesn't like remain in memory or something. And also I'm utilizing the if unit editor here, so this code goes uncompiled. Because it does change the name of the object to level for my view, but when I build the game, that's a redundant thing to do because that's not going to appear in game. So yeah, that's now you just need to decide what the size of the ball should be. I guess it would make sense. Eat coffee. I guess it would make sense. I was thinking like the item's actual position is in the center of the grid, but the item is just going to be small, like half the height of the cube. So it could like misplace the I try to think here. Unless the origin of the item should be at the bottom or placed on top of the cube. In that case, it would need to apply an offset to the position based on the orientation. trying to think that is a smart idea if I should always refer to. Although it is creating the objects in the world. I just realized it creates the objects in the world, but I have no idea where objects are in code. But I would need to know that. So maybe it should create that is because I want to, I mean, sure, it would be more, it would certainly be easy to just check the like do a collision check with objects around, but because they are generated in a very specific grid system and the player is going to move in a grid, I could just check an array instead. So I could create a 3D array that then a 3D Boolean array, which simply specify is there a cube here or not, and all the player has to then check is there a cube there. Then depending on the arrangement of cubes, because there's going to be a few rules regarding that, the player can move in certain ways. The simplest solution to this would be to make the level items a mono behavior. Why? I'm not sure if I like where this is going. I think my idea of creating a 3D array of Boolean that is set to true for one of the child classes gets access to the game object's location. Yeah, but I don't want that. That is a very... Hello, Naspan. Weird way of... No, my fur! You got a chestnut for a single channel point. Bikini used to see as much as you can. You're not seeing mermaid. Well, it depends on what part of Bonbon you want to see. The fairy shows more of the chest. The bikini shows, I guess bikini is the least covering one in total. Hello, nice fun. That shave is from taking out that way. People really want me to add it back. But what if I don't want you? I'm just me. It's up to you, really. Yeah, but if you keep saying it over and over, you know. Is it a meme at that point? Well, of course, I'm indifferent to its existence. Well, yeah, you mentioned that too. Paradox, it is, I swear. I swear. I'm just doing some mental thinking here. I mean, what is unmental thinking? Non-mental thinking. Like how I would... How would I even like... I'll stop in any case if it's bugging you. No, I mean... I don't know. It just kind of confirms my whole point. I mean, I understand no one's complaining, but it was the as I said, since people said like, oh, you have it because you like it, because if you didn't like it, you remove it, which I said big people will complain if I remove it. and then that like no, people will not complain. People will accept that if you remove it, I remove it, people complain. But I know it's like it's not like full on complaining, but it's still commenting on it and multiple times by multiple people, multiple people each doing it multiple times and taking actions in some kind of protest against it, even if it is in a joking manner. It just proves my point. Do I have an issue with it? Not really. I mean, it's not a problem. I'm not upset or anything. I'm just saying it proves my point. Chanting predefined mantras, I guess. Technically, thinking out loud is non-mental thinking. Ah. I guess you got me there. Okay, so I'm thinking like it can generate an array, so it can create a 3D array because yeah, I could have it so the game could check is there an object at this position, but that to me feels very overkill, if that makes sense. Because all I can do is when I generate a level, I can also just create a 3D array where it specifies where all the blocks is, and it knows the position of the player because that can be stored as a 3-dimensional vector 3 integer, which again I could use the position of the object. But I could have like, I guess the position of the object is the animating part. The position of having the vector 3 integer for player position ensures. Well, I just like the idea because then you can just take this, figure out the position in the 3D array, and just check the surrounding positions necessary to determine what will happen. I think that seems like a reasonable thing to do. Way to do it. Which we could go back to the initial point, like why not just create a 3D array for the level and define which item type, or well, I can't specify item rotation in that case, the block for each square, but that would be a lot of air to specify as a level. So the level could still specify each individual items, and then it could start plotting it out on a 3D array as an idea. It's thinking out loud currently. The non-mental thinking. I think I just miss it because it's a redeem I use regularly, and it was always funny to see your reaction. People do say it's funny to see my reaction. Maybe I just needed a break from it. I should probably bring it back. I just think it was a bit overused, and that I got overly bullied for it. I guess you're right, Nastwan. Let's bring it back next week. Not if you're actually thinking, because saying things out loud causes separate parts of your brain to process data. Are you going to make your own physics for the game, or why do you need all this data? I'm not going to do my own physics. I'm just going to reanimate everything, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, I'm going to have my own physics, but it's just going to be player moving in different position, basically. I'm not going to rely on the game's physics engine because that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm going to do. This is not a physics-based game. Whenever you're ready to have it back up to yeah. You could also consider longer cooldown. Yes, I already considered that. I have done changes to the redeem already. So yeah. So will you have grid-based movement? Yes, grid-based movement. So as you move from one square to the next, there's going to be a delay because you actually have to. It's going to animate over there. But yeah, this could just be a predetermined, like the ball will roll over there. But all it does is just a linear movement. Well, it could be a non-linear movement just to have it look nicer. But linear movement probably would give more response. So linear movement is probably better. The game might feel more responsive. So it will linear move from one position to the other, and it will rotate the ball as it does that. But those are just two values they just add to it until animation is done. Then it's in its new position. It can set the position just to ensure there's no like fraction error, floating point error. And yeah, that's it basically. Fair enough. Yeah, I think that would be an easy way to do it. But when it comes to this 3D array, because it has a fixed size, I should probably define the size first. But because this array is only going to exist per level, I could define quite a large array. Does an array of bytes, does an array of bits, does an array of booleans only use up as many bits as it needs? Does an array of 32 booleans use 32 bits? I should probably specify C# I'm talking about. How large is the bool? There we go. Here's a question. If I have a bool 32, as in bool array of 32 items, does it take up 1 byte to 32? Oh, well, it can't take up 1 byte. Yeah, someone else, how could it possibly take 1 byte? Yeah, 1 byte, no, that doesn't fit in it. The question is, does it take, I think the question was meant to be, does it take 4 bytes? Or does it take 32 bytes? I was a bit thinking that it would be optimized so each boolean takes a bit in each type. That said, a byte is 8 bits. So relevant answer would take 4 bytes, and answer that is no. You can definitely achieve this type of behavior if you like, but it's not a normal behavior. Yeah, I think the question was, does it take 32 bits or 32 bytes? Okay, a bool is an integer. Yeah. Unfortunately, a bool takes a whole byte. A bool is limited to 0 and 1, but it takes up just as much memory as a byte. You can have a byte variable. I do find it interesting that the default is assigned long, int, and short, and you have to specify this unsigned if you want it unsigned. But for byte, the unsigned is the default, and you have to specify it assigned. But anyway, yeah, bool takes up 1 byte. That is 1 bit and 7 unused bits. But anyway, I was hoping that an array of like bool 8 would be like efficient to take up 1 byte, but no, it takes 8 bytes. Or you can specify the array when you load the level. Yeah, but again, I guess that's true. That's another date. Yeah, I guess for a level, I should have a level class, shouldn't I? That's in public class level. Should I have a longer name than just level? Array salary does not change the data types. It just shows multiple of them next to each other. Yeah, it does make sense. That absolutely makes sense in an explanation. And since a bool is a byte in size, even if you can't use the whole thing, it takes up a lot of space. I mean, technically, for all of these values I have here, I really should make, instead of using them as integers taking up 4 bytes each, I should make them bytes. Would that be a good practice, by the way? Because unless I for some reason would have a, okay, maybe I don't think I will have any stage that is larger than 256 blocks, but maybe I will. So sure, maybe I'll keep them as integers. In that case, I should probably keep them as short, because that allows me to make a level that's up to -2000 to +2000. I probably will never go beyond that size. But the item type, will I have over 256 item types? Maybe. So I could make that as short as well. But orientation can only have 6 values, so that one could be a byte. I'd say at this point no, but when optimizing code at end, yes, I'd argue. Huh. That makes... But that could be tricky to change it afterwards, wouldn't it? There's logic in what you say. So I could have like public level item level items, and then public vector3 int level size. There you go. I just realized I do spawn at the play position. I should probably not do that. I should probably have public player start. Although, because player is going to move, but if you die, you need to restart at the start of the level, and I don't want to clear the whole level and create it again. To be fair, I do have to clear and create items again. Well, I don't have to clear the items, but I have to re-add the items that was removed. But some items will move. So at that point, it might be just easier to clear the whole level and recreating it. But that would be unnecessary to do with all blocks. So what I could do is still keeping the separation of items and blocks. When generating the level, I'll generate blocks and items as under two separate game objects. And when the player dies and the level resets, which includes restarting level from menu, it will clear all the items, including the player, and respawn the items. Because a wild idea is I came up with would be that of making the spawn a level item. I mean, yeah, it could be it could be a level item itself. Because in that case, I don't need the player start if I'm going with my idea. So I would again make a copy of a level item, so level block. Oh no, level cube I call it. Keep the name consistent. Which just takes that. And again, I could make a level item a sub level cube. Would it be a smart, like, even though I'm going to keep them very separate in two separate arrays, is it still smart to make, like, is it a good idea to still make a level item a subclass of level cube anyway, since they do share the position value? I'd say it's smart. It just needs some extra work. I mean, delete what's not used, add is X, Y, Z, add parent, boom, done. There you go, that was extra work. So then I will do, let's comment out that for now. Level, test level. I'm getting bombarded with one plushie. And then a level, pop. It's level cubes, level items, level size, but level size I could keep as size Z. Again, thing again is like the input because that's the input. Size. Now there's one issue with my current setup. These buggers are treating 0 as 0. But an array does not have negative values. So I could place okay, anyway. Oh yeah, and then I create like this. What do I specify? Maybe I should... Maybe I set size first, I don't know. We can add offset or make levels only on positive sides. Yeah, I could just have it in positive. It's a waste of float. But yeah, it's possible. When I say size, goes from -2 to +2, so that would be 5, 5, 1, for example. And then like, boop. How is this going to work? We'll see. I'm going to see how much. Okay, so I can't define an array within the thing dynamically like that. No, I just need to use these. Let's use the correct ones. Then it will work. Why is that invalid? Invalid expect. Okay, that allows the arrays, but it doesn't like the array just suddenly showing up when defining the level. How come? New level Q. No, that. Oh, it always works. You're kind of making two different arrays and trying to show shove them into one array. Am I? I'm trying to provide an array for an array. Am I not? Like level cubes is an array and it expects an array when defining the level. You can make array of arrays by level. What? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm trying to give it an array as I'm defining the level. I'm trying to help. This is why I need stop using AI to show up in tell me how to do this. 'Cause I'm trying to create this array, this thing, which is define XYZ size of the level, and then it takes the level cubes array and then level items array. And then when I'm creating this object of the level type, I define the 3 values, and then I have to specify 2 arrays. Check your D. Okay, I can do that. Those, and yes. I have the comma here because I'm defining 2 separate arrays. That is correct. Because I have here 2 separate arrays. One for the cubes and one for items. Since I want to be able to delete all items and re-add them to the level, but not touching the cubes. So I'm just keeping them as 2 separate arrays for simplicity's sake. However, it just doesn't like it when I'm defining an array in the middle of this. So that's what I'm stuck at currently. Are those in constructor as input for separate arrays? Yes. Yes. I'm here. Yes. Because if so, you're likely lacking the new level. That did not make sense to me. So I fix my seating position. Trans flag. Why do you like code? I mean, I appreciate your celebrating with trans flag. Usually you just throw a plushie. Well, you do throw a plushie, but now you're also posting the trans flag. You just want to show. You just want to show. I'm not trying to question. I'm just curious. But yeah, I do appreciate the code. You're really nice. Yeah, you know what? We should wave the flag a bit more. To be honest, I think I did not notice it being after equals. Oh, you mean I forgot the equal sign? There's an equal sign here. But maybe... Oh, I should type new level. Oh yeah. There we go. That didn't resolve this error though, but yes. Now I've added that. That is correct. I did not add it. Now I have. It still gives the same error though. Okay, right. C# create define array in argument. Passing arrays as argument in C#. I think you need a new to just type in the word new here. Okay, yeah, that seems to work. Nope, there's an error on all those. I was thinking like new level cube doesn't work. That doesn't work. Or like no. Oh wait. New level cube. Boop. Boop. Deleted the comma, I didn't mean to. New level item. There we go. Geeksforgeeks.org did show the code. Yay! The code is evolving. Good job. However, of course, the defined values all needs to be added +2 on all of them. Thank you, Jannertto. 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 4 4 4 0 1 2 3 4 0 4 0 4 oops 0 4 0 1 2 3 4. Since they all need to be positive now. Remian has 35 points though. That's a lot of points. Cosmos also have a lot of points. Jannertto also has a lot of points today. Maybe Jannertto climbs to like 3rd place. Got 24 points today. Oh, look at that. Jannertto is climbing from 15th to 7th. That is a climb. Teal. Hello Kelpie. What shade would you like teal to be? I can add it as a valid choice. Because I was thinking about the current colors I have, that I should have like a softer version of them. Slightly softer, not like this pure color. Yeah, that works. So if I copy these, now doing different programming. Because I have no problem adding more colors. This white and black I don't need. And then what color is this? It's like 246 instead. Is that? And then orange is like that instead. Yellow is that. Green is that. It's a very different blue though. Probably better cyan. Probably not. Oh, there's no magenta. Magenta, let's type that. Okay, that's a better magenta, let's go with that. And I'll type cyan. The pure colors, let's take this, okay. This is more cyan. And then I could like type teal. Teal. I'll get that color. It's like a dark cyan. So type teal here, and then allow you to do that. But then I will copy this cyan and then allow for a pure teal as well. There we go. Now we should be able to do which. We can do like teal, red, blue. Boom. There we go. If you want a certain color for your hand, you kind of have to specify. Do you have like a new character? I can give you the code or something if there's a certain color you want for your. Because color your hand is actually not using the same code, and Streambot does not make it easy to make like code accessible for modification, which would be really nice to have. So I go like level data here instead, and then I go for each level cube in level data level cubes like that, and then for each level data level items, and then this one will say item, and then this will not exist. And I basically have to instantiate cube again over here, which I deleted before. Cube. No, I was just trying it out. Did not know it was a different code. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, can't you tell it to use a library in C# code? Yeah, but then I have to create the library. But I did try that once and it failed. So I could just have cube B still be an item, or I could separate the cube out as a separate game object and not have it be an item. Or just keep it at items and just have it item 0 for cube. Okay, it should not take those. Technically, it could still use instantiate item. It doesn't need a separate function. And just specify item type 0 and rotation 0. Technically. However, it should have a level cubes, level items. Then when it creates a level, it will create level new game object. Wait, how do I could move it after creating it. But I could, yeah, because how would I create a blank object anyway? Yeah, because I could just create these and then level cubes, level items. What do I do then? Like level cubes, transform set parent, level. I mean, level transform. I guess that's how you do it. And then I can set the names of these as well to level cubes, level. And here, these levels cubes, level item. I hope I have made everything work now. Well, let's test it and see if any errors occur. And if an error occurs, hopefully I can fix it. Hopefully no error occurs. No error occurred, but there is a ball in the middle. Looking pretty neat. Good. And yeah, it carries level, and yeah, everything is working here. And the cubes, and got all the cubes here, and I got the levels here. Level items. And then... and then it can... reset the level, so it will have a clear level and reset level. So got clear level here. No, it will clear level items specifically, I guess. So it will destroy level items specifically, recreate it there. And as a test, it will generate level and then it will clear level items. Let's see if that works. And also, I'm not really showing because I have the editor in front. Sorry about that. So it should still do the exact same thing, but yes, now it creates all these blocks. It has created the ball, which I know it can create, but after creating the ball, it has now destroyed the item and has not created new items. So that's a way for it to reset the level. I just need to add the items again. So here I will copy this load level here and then set it to reset level, which instead of clear level, it will clear level items, and instead of generate level, it needs to generate level items only. Which isn't the most efficient way to write this code. I certainly can make this better. Because I could have generate... Yeah, anyway. Because now I have duplicate codes. Because, yeah, instead of having these separate generate items here, I can just put the actual function here. There we go. Like this instead of having it duplicated. And then I can generate level cubes as a separate one, and then I can just generate level, yeah, for a bit of consistency. But there we go. I still have clear level items here. They shouldn't be there. There we go. That works. So instead of, so as I said here, I can just, to make it a bit nicer, I can just items cubes, and then just run both functions here instead, like that. That's a bit, no, now there's no repeating code. Only stiff for you. Overthinking how efficiently you write code could well be an issue on its own at this point of development. It takes time. Slow progress will likely be overwritten in the future. Solely ignoring good principle would be catastrophic, so there's some code in the middle road. Well, yeah, I'm still learning. Still learning how to like write the code more efficiently. So this is still the learning process. So I don't need this anymore. This is the old code. I'm still learning. But I'm hungry. I've been going for 6 hours. That was a long stream. So how about we say goodbye for now? It's a bit sudden, maybe. But I will be back tomorrow. And I should do some more art because I want to finish more of those breaks and drawings. Quote. I wanted to kind of make a joke before I realized, but it was like, sounds like the cat is hungry. Oh wait, the cat is always hungry. I'll see if I can get that asset loading thing to work and show you with it at some point though. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I still can use the serialized build. I mean, it's not as terrible as I make it out to be. It's working. As you said, you can drag and drop multiple of them at the same time. So it ain't bad. I just need to get used to it. It just feels strange to me, but it's not bad. There's no Jannertto streaming. Are you doing like a private thing? It's not being streamed, I guess, maybe. Coach, being a sandwich doesn't seem to help me defeat catwitches. Unreal did not allow multi-drag and drop. It was horrible. Well, I don't know how you would set up a thing like that in Unreal. And yeah, I want to remember when I defined all those arrays of things. You know? No. When I defined the array, no, in Unreal, yes, it was because because I've actually done something like that in Unreal, because I made my Spyro prototype where you have these letters that is in front of the portals. And that's the alphabet A through Z, as well as some additional letters and symbols for the other languages. So I had to define, like, say for the sake of argument, it was 30 objects. Having to like pick, because I had like what letter it's referring to, so I can like use it as a, because it was a lookup table, and the asset is going to use and stuff like that. Because I need an asset reference. Having to specify that all of that in Unity was a pain, so I didn't do it. Instead, I created the file and set it up properly. And then I went to because that creates an actual text file, and then I generated the code in Google Spreadsheet. Because that's where I defined all the data for all these letters, because they had like the width of the letters and all that stuff to it. And then I just made that generated code, copied that and pasted it in a text file, and then opened it up in well, it's already in Unreal at that point. Unreal just needs to refresh, and then it can see the new file and everything is okay. And the whole file is there. So I could make that file pure text. But kind of silly how I generated that text in Google Spreadsheet and pasted it in with a text editor in file directly. I mean, but it worked. It would be nice if Unreal had an option to view the plain text as an option, so I could just paste it directly into Unity, Unreal. So I could paste it directly into Unreal. That would be nice. That would be also nice in Unity if I could like view certain things as just plain text. Like if I could view the serial fields as like plain text, and I could like copy and paste that. That would be nice. But yeah. But anyway. I'm definitely making better progress in Unity than I've been doing in Unreal Engine. I definitely see that I can do more in Unity, because thanks to the text programming option I have, because in Unreal I was dealing with node programming, and that was a bit of a pain. It was still interesting to deal with, but yeah. But yeah. Well, in that case, maybe... Yeah, I'm playing with friends off stream, yeah. Have a good evening, Pod in the chat. Health. Thank you, Kelpie. I hope you're having a good time too. Yeah, I've been going for 6 hours. It's been a long stream today, but I did get a bunch of stuff done. I got it to generate a level. That was pretty cool. That was something I wanted to achieve. And I think I got the setup for the level to be good. So I think I have something good going there. So next I want to create some plain like items, coins, which is just flat cylinders. I want to see if I can, because I'm still learning. I want to see if I can actually spawn some items. Whoa, got a level. Oh, you mean I generated? Yes, I got a level to generate. Whoa! Yeah, I mean that was pretty cool to actually see it happening. That it actually did spawn all the objects. Who do we actually rate? To be curious. To ask a curious question. Would you be interested in raiding someone who has not started the stream yet? So okay, maybe don't know how long they will take for that stream to start, because there's no countdown or anything. So could be 50 minutes, or like, because just to waste some time, I guess. Well, let's see if the stream starts already because somebody else. Because I had some. Oh, I misread as 1 minute in 1 second. So go play ads. Someone else snoozed the ads. Because someone said like I don't have a timer on my starting soon screen because I don't know how long it will be before I actually will be able to start a stream. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes shorter. And there was like a time where I don't know if he was the one or someone else was the one who never started a stream because they never got opportunity to do it. So it was like on the starting soon screen for like an hour. And that's interesting. Oh, looks like the stream started. So I guess we can actually raid in then. I, however, have decided I will start at the full hour, so I will make sure I have the preparation ready for the full hour. And then also that people who show up, I will not start before that. I mean, sure, could argue it's a waste of time, but I want to give people an opportunity to actually have a chance to show up when I've said I should stream. So anyway, I was thinking about maybe we should raid Drifter Klops, who is a fellow furry, a horse. I think last time I asked, and there's not added to. You know what, George? Didn't I ask that? You know what? Should I start a raid? And yeah, finally. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Warning. Oh my. There we go. Sneezing has concluded. So anyway. Oh, I was supposed to start the raid. I got distracted by I thought I asked the pronouns. I want to check the DMs if I asked, but I guess I didn't. Or I guess I didn't. Wait, okay, I will start. Close it twice. Drifter. Oh, it's a name I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, Drifter usually streams late. Actually started now, so I usually don't have an opportunity to raid in. I don't have Drifter here anymore. There's such a long time I streamed with Drifter. We did a collab in Euro Truck Simulator. We could do it again. It's just, I guess we should just ask to do it. Yeah, Rabbit Stampede, exactly. 3 emotes, Pon emotes on either side. Word Rabbit Stampede, use whatever emotes you would like. I'm going to use the trans flag because it's the Pride week, Pride month, not shortening it to a week. Drifter Crop is also the Atomfall. Atomfall. Don't know. Some kind of single player game, it looks like. First person shooter. Don't know what it's like, so I guess we'll go there. And it says British Fallout, so that's going to be interesting. Anything else anyone wants to add before we leave? I guess not. I guess we're leaving then. There's 10 seconds left, so we're heading out in a few seconds. And I hope everyone is having a good day.